Hello?
Yes.
Smith here.
Hello? Hello?
Hold tight,
Madam
guys.
Chair.
We're going to do a roll call. Hold tight. We'll do a roll call. Okay? So, I believe we're ready. I hope we have a quorum. So, this is Council Member Joyce Shepard. I would like to officially call the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee meeting to order this evening. We will now, and I'm also welcoming folks who may be calling in or listening remotely. We welcome you to the meeting. So with that, Ms. Lindo, can we do a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have, I believe Councilmember Hillis is excused. Councilmember Boone? Present. Councilmember Faroki?
Here.
Councilmember Smith? I'm here. Councilmember Winslow?
Present.
Councilmember Bond?
Here.
Madam Chair, we do have a quorum.
All right. Quorum present. So with that, Ms. Lindo, can you make a public statement to the public in terms of our meeting today?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to. Good afternoon. My name is CORRINE LINDO. I'm council staff. Today's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee meeting will be conducted remotely as advertised and in accordance with Georgia Code Section 50-14-1. The meeting will be conducted in conformance with Robert Rules of Order and the Rules of Council as authorized by the City Code. The public may access the meeting conference bridge toll-free by dialing 877-579-6743 and entering conference ID number 831-599-1256. This information was also provided on the June 18, 2020 public meeting notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26 on the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlantaga.gov, on the Council's Facebook and Twitter pages at ATL Council, and on the Council's YouTube channel. All presentations are available on the Atlanta City Council website on the Public Safety and Legal Administration presentation page. Today's meeting agenda was published and made available on Friday, June 19th via the city's website at atlantacitygA.iqm2.com. In addition, the public was able to submit comments via voicemail at 404-330-6022 up to 1 hour prior to this meeting. These comments will be played during the public comment portion of this meeting. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to please mute your phones and speakers. Meeting participants wishing to speak must be acknowledged by the committee chair. Amendments, substitutes, and informational documents have been distributed to committee members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We will now go to the next item on the agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second, Smith.
We actually have to vote on that now, guys. From legal, we now have to vote on that. So, Ms. Lindo, are we ready for the vote?
Come on, Madam Chair, the vote is open.
Is everybody able to vote via virtual, or do we need to call out members' names? Ms. Winslow?
Yes, I'm on voice vote, okay. So yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The vote is closed. 68 0 nays. The agenda has been adopted.
The motion passed. We'll now go to approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion?
Approval of the minutes, Winslow.
Mr. Bond, you want to be the second?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. The vote is closed. 68 0 nays. The minutes have been adopted.
Okay, the motion passed. So let's move on. We're now at public comment. Ms. Lindo, how many people do we have in public comment for today?
82.
Okay, so based on that, we have a little concern. Number one is I have several people who are coming to present today. 82 people is 2 hours. We also have a CDP meeting this evening, which we'll call double duty for our staff. So what I'm going to recommend is that we actually have 1 hour of public comment right now, and then we'll do the other hour after we go through our agenda of actually going through our legislative process. So is there
Madam
any
Chair,
concern?
if I may, Madam Chair, according to our IT staff, that may be only an hour and 28 minutes. I just wanted to correct that.
Okay, so it's not 2 hours because I was told earlier it's about 2 hours.
He said it's 1 hour and 28 minutes.
Okay, if it's 1 hour and 28 minutes, we can go through that. But I do have a couple of people who are on standby that we will have to let know that, so that they know that they have to push back a little bit. Okay? All right, so if that's the will of the body, if that's okay with you all, we'll go through the next hour and a half of public comment. We're ready.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Bond.
before we do that, I just wanted to send congratulations to our member in absentia, Dustin Hillis. I understand that congratulations is in order as he is becoming father for the second time. So just wanted to say congratulations.
Beautiful baby girl. So we're all excited. So thank you, Mr. Bond, for that. We appreciate that. Thank you. All right,
Thank you.
nothing else? If nothing else, we'll move forward with public comment.
Yes, Madam Chair, 1 moment. Just one more moment, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Atlanta City Council. My name is Michelle Blount. My family has been blessed to be in Atlanta 155 years. Our grandmother's foundation, my maternal grandmother's foundation, started at 175 Street, 175 Street, at 151 years historic Cosmopolitan AME Church. My grandparents' first home, until they both passed, was at 235 Maple Street for 70 years until the 8th of October 1968, on my 13th birthday. We had to move because of the Jim Crow eminent domain. They kept telling my family that they needed to put a garage on that property. They didn't do anything to 1991. The house is sitting there on that property to this very day. What I'm calling to ask the committee to please start reading the Proverbs every day and the Psalms. Like today is the 17th. Go back and start with Psalm 7, 17, 27, 37, 47, 57, and end with Psalm 67. So every month you add a book to your meditation. It is going to enlighten you, strengthen you, and cause you to get the spiritual strength you need for this spiritual warfare. Because what we are suffering right now is the plantation, holy slavery time. This is the same identical retribution that the runaway slaves suffered. This is what the black race is going through. And please go back and read Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68, and Leviticus 26, 13 through 39. It's all in there. It's telling us what is happening in Genesis 15, 13, and 14. The 400 years and what the black race is going through, especially all those verses. Thank you, shalom, and stay safe. Be safe, stay safe. Get woke, stay woke, and be woke.
Hi, my name is Isabel Namdale, and I'm a resident of Buckhead. I'm calling today to ask for the funding of Resolution 20R4068 and a reallocation of $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine police safety. Concerning the previous meeting on Saturday, I understand some council members' arguments that they don't want to demoralize the police officers, but I think the city is really demoralized at this point, so I think it's of utmost importance that we invest in the communities that we have not invested in for so long and continually cut funds. So I hope this is taken into consideration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adelaide Ty. I'm leaving a public comment to urge Atlanta City Council members to fund Resolution 20R4068. I support the implementation of trained, unarmed professionals to respond to calls on nonviolent crime matters. In an effort to create safer neighborhoods, I am calling for immediate stopgaps, such as those contained in 8 Can't Wait and other successful initiatives throughout the country and the world. Police officers need to be held accountable for their actions, and policies need to be revisited or created to ensure first responders are not unjustly protected by the law. It's extremely important to dismantle oppressive systems such as racism that fuel the root causes of crime, including lack of access to stable, affordable housing, high-quality public education, and economic opportunity. The Atlanta Police Department budget needs to be held for Q3 and Q4 of fiscal year 2021 in public safety and community support restricted funds, while a review of the city's approach to public safety and policing is conducted. Additionally, the Atlanta Police Department budget needs a full audit to determine appropriate use of funds and ways to reduce their annual budget. Reducing the Atlanta Police Department's annual budget will allow us to reallocate money into wraparound services such as education, housing, mental health services, drug rehabilitation programs, and youth services. Please fund Resolution 20R4068. Thank you.
My name is Devin Daniels. I stay in Adamsville for District 10. What is wrong with the City Council? If you had 17 plus hours of citizens calling in demanding you defund the police, you still voted against it. What, you're supposed to represent us. You're supposed to be doing what we want you to do, and yet you're not. So what is it? Are you being bribed? We demand to, oh my God. We demand that you defund the police by $73 million and use that money to help us. We need fucking help, and y'all aren't doing it. What's wrong with y'all?
Hey, my name is Diana Sachs, and I, among many other people, think it's about time we reimagine public safety. I'm calling to say that I support Resolution 20-4-4068, and I support the reallocation of $73 million of police funds in order to do so. I hope you guys do the right thing and listen to the people. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Kwame Thompson. I'm a longtime resident of Mechanicsville. I'm calling to express my concern. I believe that the City Council should vote to withhold funds for the Atlanta Police Department. In particular, I'm calling and asking that the City Council withhold $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department budget until our Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, and her administration gave the plan to reinvent the culture of policing in our city. We all know that there is a problem with police brutality and police killings in America. The police in America kill more people than any other industrialized nation. The police killed in America 1,098 people in 2019. Black people were 24% of those killed, despite being only 13% of the population. There were only 27 days in 2019 where the police did not kill someone. Since January the 1st, 2015, 1,252 black people have been shot and killed by police, according to the Washington Post database tracking police shootings. That doesn't even include those who died in police custody or other means that the police use. So we live in a society where we have police organizations that are doing more harm in our community than not. In our last NPU meeting, in PUV, which I'm a proud member and resident of, we had our senior citizens crying because there's too much violence in our community and too much police brutality and too many police killings. So again, this is Kwame Thompson. Thank you for hearing my comment. Thank you, and have a blessed day.
My name is Precious Frazier. I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. We allocate $73 million of police funds to reimagine public safety. Stop the business of the city until our demands are met.
Hi, I am a constituent in District 9. My name is Bryn Hauska. I understand that today is the meeting for public safety / legal administration, and JOYCE SHEPERD, Councilwoman, I see that you're the head of this committee, and I just want to say that I'm extremely disappointed in you after listening to thousands of public comments to defund the police, that you voted against withholding funding from the police. I just think that that is an absolute disgrace, that you are supposed to be for the people and you are not listening to us. It's extremely disheartening, and as the head of public safety, I think that you really need to just look into this and do some research about defunding the police. This is ridiculous. I'm just very heartbroken that steps are not being made to fix this huge issue that we have. You know, we have the lowest crime rates and we're giving more money to police. It doesn't make sense. There are other means for public safety, and I'm begging you to please look into this. I think that, yes, police are necessary, but other people can answer nonviolent calls, mental health calls. We need people that are appropriately trained, not just somebody who does 11 weeks of training and is armed with a gun and is high anxiety. So I am please begging you to look back into defunding the police and talk to your fellow council members. And yeah, thank you for your time.
I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. We allocate $73 million of police funds to reimagine public safety. Stop the business of the city until our demands are met. I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. We allocate $73 million of police funds to reimagine public safety. Stop the business of the city until our demands are met.
I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by the council. We allocate $73 million of police funds to reimagine public safety. Stop the business of the city until our demands are met.
Hi, my name is Anjanae Brown. I'm calling in to urge you to support an upcoming budget amendment that will finally redirect the millions currently allocated to the police fund in the proposed 2021 city budget to protect the health and wellness of all Atlantans and reconstruct public safety. We ask that you support the amendment to fund Resolution 20R-4068. In a time of public health crisis and a loss of billions to the city's revenue, it is unconscionable for the city of Atlanta to spend $73 million on a police fund in a department who has proven to neglect the protection of its citizens. Now more than ever, we must put
put an end to locking people in cages for petty offenses such as jaywalking and disorderly conduct, wasting desperately needed resources, criminalizing people for being poor, and making us all less safe. The city has been working for over a year on this initiative, so while it may be bold, it is not rash to make this decision. The city cannot rely solely on the county and the state to carry out the kind of community care that is needed to reopen the city safely. We urge you to seize the opportunity to lead the nation in moving money from the police department into something that can ultimately help the people. If you do not support this resolution, we will continue to flood the public comment inbox until our voices are heard. The people's uprising is here, and we will not stop until you all hear us. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Hello, my name is Alma Bates, and I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm calling Disability Safety Policy Support Antonio Brown, and reallocate the $73 million, and support the resolution that was passed yesterday or on Saturday. And defund the police. This is ridiculous. It's disgusting. You're not listening to the constituents, and people's lives are on the line. That money should be better used to serve parks, to uplift communities. There's so many abandoned buildings in downtown Atlanta. It's depressing. Like, that's not a downtown. And I feel like that money should be better used putting business, like incentivizing businesses to go down there. We deserve to have a thriving metropolitan area and not have, Jamestown, Ponce Market being the only, big economic construction thing that's not even really within the city limits. Defund the police, y'all.
Hi, this is Sherry Williams with Georgia Stand Up, calling with the Public Safety Committee comments. I have witnessed firsthand on more than one occasion how the Georgia State Troopers engage with citizens on the Capitol grounds who are homeless, intoxicated, and otherwise need help. It's a team of social service providers they send. No guns, no tasers needed. The city can team up with Fulton County to do the same so that APD should not have to respond to those calls. Remember, the city is short of police officers. Also, we applaud the effort to fully support ACRB with new legislation that will be introduced to this committee soon. However, until City Hall requires APD to agree with ACRB's recommendation more than 35 to 40% of the time, there will simply be no accountability. It needs to be 85% of the time or more. ACRB is an oversight board. When fully empowered, rogue racist officers will be disciplined or fired before they get 5, 10, or 12 excessive force complaints. And the good officers can do what they do best, serve and protect. From the Atlanta massacre of Negroes in 1906 to the Peyton Road standoff in 1963 to the Atlanta race riots in 1966. To the death of Catherine Johnson by APD officers in 2006, to creating the ACRB in 2008. But still, we have in 2020 the terrible death of Rayshard Brooks. Two phrases like the Atlanta way, a black Mecca, city too busy to hate, and now is one Atlanta. Do we want rhetoric and phrases or real policies that show that Black lives matter and are valued? Atlanta, as the birth home of Dr. King and the home of the Civil Rights Movement, we will no longer support cute, empty phrases while Black men and women continue to live in fear, are profiled, victimized, and killed. Send a strong message, a message strong enough that will punish bad officers so that they will lose their law enforcement license and their pension when they engage in such rogue behavior. Most of them might even quit before it gets to that. Today we demand that you, the public, make changes to protect Atlanta citizens. Dr. King, Catherine Johnson, Rayshard Brooks, and all Black Atlanta citizens deserve better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joella Zima. I left a comment earlier, but I felt like I needed to expand on my statement. I feel it is necessary that...
My name is Ryan Dubatia. It is time for you guys to fund Resolution 20R4068 and reallocate the $73 million that is going to go towards police violence and carrying out more acts of aggression against your citizens. You guys need to stop engaging in empty lip service. The resolution that you passed on Friday and over the weekend, all that's meaningless unless you actually follow through with the budget. You guys, it's your job to represent us, not to pull legislative and governmental shenanigans and pretend like you're doing things when you're not actually doing anything. If you guys don't follow through with reallocating this budget, and those $73 million go to carry out more violence against citizens in the city, go to carry out more tear gas, more battalions, more murders. Those are murders, tear gassing, war crimes that you are all complicit in carrying out. Know that. If you do not reallocate this budget, that blood is on your hands. And we will remove you from office for your failure to do your job.
My name is Colin Aruna. I'm calling to back Bill 20-R-4068. What I think we need is more accountability. We need less armed encounters. We need to build better rapport between the people that we trust to help us. I feel like this is in the best interest of public safety. There's no reason that we should be giving them more money if they're not producing results that we actually want. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rachel Chandler, and I'm a citizen living in District 7. I am calling to say that the city fiscal year 2021 budget needs to be amended, and $73 million should be reallocated out of police funds to reimagining public safety as per Resolution 20R4068. We need to make sure the city of Atlanta is safe for all of its citizens, not just its wealthy white citizens. And clearly, as the people have been out in the streets every day trying to tell all of you that we want the police department to be defunded and we want public safety to be looked at, to be researched, and something to be done about it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ariel Banks, and we, as the People's Uprising, are calling to urge you to support an upcoming budget amendment that will finally redirect the millions currently allocated to the police fund in the proposed 2020-2021 city budget to protect the health and wellness of all Atlantans and reconstruct public safety. We ask that you support the amendment to fund Resolution 20R4068 in a time of public health crisis and a loss of millions to the city's revenue. It is unconscionable for the city of Atlanta to spend $73 million on a police fund in a department that is proven to neglect the protection of the citizens. Now more than ever, we must put an end to locking people in cages for petty offenses such as jaywalking and disorderly conduct, and so desperately need ruthlessly criminalizing people for being poor and making all of us safe. The city has worked for over a year on this initiative, so while it's involved, it's not rash to make a decision. The city should not rely solely on the county and the state to carry out the kind of community care that is needed to reopen the city safely. We urge you to seize the opportunity to lead the nation in moving money from the police department, something that can ultimately help the people. If you do not support the resolution, we will continue to support the public comment and boxes to our faces. The People's Uprising is here, and we will not stop until you all hear. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hi, this is Dave Holder of Mechanicsville Civic Association. I am the Public Safety Chair. 14 years in this wonderful community. I would like to speak on regards to defunding the police. I feel that the council should have voted to withhold the $73 million. I have talked to several people in this neighborhood. I have been the community president for 10 years. I'm a strong leader in this neighborhood. A lot of people in the Mechanicsville community want to defund the police to bring in additional resources such as mental health, social services. We expect our officers to do entirely too much. We ask them to be an officer. We ask them to be a social worker. We ask them to be a psychiatrist. We need to reform our department at the City of Atlanta I would strongly suggest that we go back and amend to withhold the $73 million. And this is coming from me, along with other members of this wonderful Mechanicsville community. Thank you.
My name is Aaron Douglas, and I'm calling to call on the Public Safety Committee to support Resolution 20R4068 in light of the recent killing of Rayshard Brooks by police and other tragedies committed against minorities, people of color, and specifically Black people in America. I do not believe that reforms, especially incremental reform, will get us where we need to be when it comes to the amount of people who are unjustly killed by police in this country and in Atlanta every year. So because of that, I'm calling on the committee to support this resolution in order so that we can make more fundamental changes as to the structure of public safety, how that looks and how that behaves in Atlanta, and make the citizens of our city feel more safe. Thank you.
My name is Joella Gazima, and as a constituent, I feel it's important that we withhold funds from the Atlanta Police Department in this next budget decision. I feel like it's important we allocate funds more towards the community, such as helping with social workers, helping with mental health, and I think that would be a much better use of our money instead of funding a system that has been proven to be corrupt over these last few days. And I feel that it's important that we review how much money we are spending toward the Atlanta police instead of spending it on things that can help the community much more, like I mentioned before. Thank you.
Hi, my name is LaShonda Jones. I live in zip code 30354, and I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council, reallocate $73 million of the police funds to reimagine public safety, stop the business of the city until our demands are met.
Hello, my name is Irina Zolachukina, and I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward in District 2. I'm calling because I'm incredibly disappointed that the proposed budget was adopted without any significant changes to police funding. I want to thank the city council members that supported the ordinance to withhold funds from ADP, and again, just express my extreme disappointment in those city council members that just seem out of touch with their communities and voted against the ordinance. I'd like to ask the city council of the meeting to amend the currently adopted city budget. It's simply unacceptable that the police budget accounts for nearly a third of the entire city budget, especially in light of continued police misconduct and violence. We need to put our resources in our communities into efforts that support voter rights, public health, education, affordable housing, not in a police department that is informed and guided by a culture of systemic oppression and racism. We've already seen that the type of reform suggested by Campaign Zero and 8 Can't Wait doesn't address the fundamental problems inherent to policing. We clearly need to take a different approach. So please recognize the urgency of this matter and take action to amend the city budget immediately in order to reflect the demands of the community. Thank you.
My name is CARLA Nicholas. I'm calling in to urge you to support an uncovering budget amendment that will finally redirect the millions currently allocated to the police fund to the proposed 2020-2021 city budget to protect the health and wellness of all Atlantans and reconstruct public safety. We ask you to support the amendment to fund resolution 20-R-4068. In a time of public health crisis and a loss of millions to the city's revenue, it is unconscionable for the city of Atlanta to spend $73 million on a police fund in a department that is proven to neglect the protection of its own citizens. Now more than ever, we must put an end to locking people in cages for petty offenses such as jaywalking and disorderly conduct, wasting desperately needed resources, criminalizing people for being poor, and making all of us less safe. The city has been working for over a year on this initiative, so while it may be bold, it is not rash to make this decision. The city cannot rely solely on the county and the state to carry out the kind of community care that is needed to reopen the city safely. We urge you to seize the opportunity to lead the nation in moving money from the police department into something that can ultimately help the people.
If you do not support this resolution, we will continue to flood the public comment inbox until our voice is heard. The people's uprising is here, and we will not stop until you all hear. Thank you. And I apologize for stuttering.
Yes, this is Linda Adams from the Historical Vine City Community. I was calling to give a comment from the Public Safety Committee. I read where you approved the 2021 budget, and I just want to stress that perhaps if you would enhance or update your COP unit, community-oriented policing, and get the citizens to be trained as to how police officers are supposed to work and communicate. Not only do we have bad officers and good officers, you have the same thing with citizens. Some citizens may not understand what it is that the police officer has to go through and has to face. So I think if you bring back the community-oriented policing and get the community residents, the college students, get them involved in what it's all about community policing. It's not just left up to the police department. It's left up to us citizens as well as to how to protect and be safe in our own communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rashida Stone, and I am calling today to ask you all to please fund Resolution 20-R-4068, and that's reallocating $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department to public safety. We, residents of Atlanta, really need this done. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Altrese Gay from Georgia Stand Up. As a native Atlantan, I want our city to regain the trust of its citizens and restore its national and global presence. For that to happen, changes must be made. Citizens want the ACRB recommendations to be honored and utilized to ensure the trust in the community. Next, city government must abolish qualified immunity, which harms its citizens. And last, to adopt Obama's task force on 21st century policing. It was well thought out, it is a map, and can make a change in our city. On behalf of the ARBC, we are watching and we vote. This is a unique opportunity for improvement in the city government so we can regain our rightful place as the city too busy to hate. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chandler Kelly. I'm a resident of Midtown. I'm calling to demand that City Council amend the budget to withhold half of the Atlanta Police Department's portion and reimagine policing in the city of Atlanta, and further demanding that half of APD's budget actually be removed and instead go towards parts of the city government that help ordinary Atlantans, such as public health, our school systems, etc. Thank you for your time.
My name is Marcus Harden, and I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. We allocate $73 million to the police funds to reimagine this public safety. I'm a black American, and I responsibility of the city until demands are met. But I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. We allocate those $73 million, and let's rethink these public safety things. Thank you.
My name is Councilmember Antonio Brown. I am leaving a public comment in regards to Resolution 20-R-4068 that was presented by Chairwoman Ives, that was voted in support of by the collective majority of the Atlanta City Council. This resolution passed and was brought forth the budget amendment to take action on what the resolution stated, which would reallocate funding from the police budget into a trust fund account. This amendment, number 6, I number 2, failed by members of this council. It is important that our community's voices are heard and that they're put back at the forefront of these conversations. Our community no longer deserves just a seat at the table. The community is the table, and our elected officials and servant leaders are invited into that table to be able to hear what our community is asking of from us. So I'm leaving this message in hope and support that our Public Safety Committee will reconsider voting on Budget Amendment number 6, I number 2, so that we can truly move into a place of action. I ask my fellow colleagues to stand with the people, stand with those who are seeking change within our public safety. We have a rare opportunity to reimagine public safety within the great city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Nike Tapazakis, resident of Home Park. Yes, I'd like to ask the Public Safety Committee to really continue to look at radical ways in which we could reimagine safety in the city of Atlanta. After Richard Brooks' killing at the hands of APD, and along with the tasing of 2 college students, it's important that we are actually taking a more radical and progressive stance. We could easily model our approach to public safety in the way that Camden, New Jersey did, in that they fired all police officers and then restarted the hiring process and took a lot of the officer positions and replaced them with professionals, unarmed professionals to address a lot of the public concerns. It is kind of a disaster that we are asking officers to deal with things such as mental health, drug abuse, homelessness, these sort of crimes that are really crimes of desperation and crimes of social failure, and really require a lot of empathy and for long-term solutions. And yet we ask officers whose only tools are either violence through killings, through tasing, through macing, and through our violence through the removal of a person's rights by jailing them for these minor offenses, that there is no alternative when it comes to using an armed police force to address some of these social ills. The only way to actually address them is by getting those with experience and qualifications that are able to connect with the situation and direct folks who are having these health issues towards the resources that they need. I think that part of our budget and part of our policy should be focused on redirecting the responsibilities of the APD. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret House. I'm an Atlanta resident, and I'm calling to demand APD be defunded and Resolution 20R4068 be passed by the Atlanta City Council. Here, by the murder of Richard Brooks recently and through the actions of the APD over its history, that the current policing method is not working, and training and other measures put in place to help ensure future safety of Black and brown residents is simply not sufficient. So this call is to demand our city council to expect better of our police force and expect better for the future of our city and its residents. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Hello, my name is Sylvia. I'm leaving a public comment to urge the Atlanta City Council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. Please consider doing this. This budget is out of control. Even if this was not in a time of racial disparity or COVID, that budget would still be inappropriate. Please consider funding this resolution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gabriella Thomas, and I just wanted to leave a comment to urge the Atlanta City Council members to fund the resolution 20R4068. And I want to support the implementation of trained, unarmed professionals to respond to any nonviolent crime matters instead of having the Atlanta Police Department respond. with any armed guns and such. And in an effort to create safer neighborhoods, I'm calling for immediate stopgaps, whether they may be successful initiatives like the Eat Can't Wait or other initiatives that have been placed by certain council members. Police officers need to be held accountable for these actions, especially recently with everything that's happened with Rayshard Brooks. It's pretty evident that the policies need to be revisited, and we need to ensure that the first responders are not unjustly protected by the law, especially since our systems are oppressive and there is a systemic racism. By getting to the root cause of these crimes, which include a lack of stable, affordable housing and not a sustainable public education system and economic opportunities for those who are affected by this racism. The Atlanta Police Department right now needs to be held for quarter 3 and quarter 4 fiscal year 2021 in a public safety and community support restricted fund, while a review of the city's approach to public safety and policing is conducted. So I'm advocating that you guys all please fund the resolution for 20R4068. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Brown, and I'm a resident of Grant Park, Atlanta. I'm calling into you today to demand that the Council on Public Safety force an emergency vote on Resolution 20R4068 as soon as possible. After listening to over 3 hours worth of City Council meeting this past weekend, it seems that you guys came to the conclusion that you could amend the resolution as it is, and everyone, or a majority of voters in the City Council passed that, only to hours later deny the resolution itself. And I was very confused as to why that might be the case. The fact that the council would narrowly vote no on legislation that would defund the APD after listening to over 30 hours of public comment just last week alone, urging them to do everything within their power to do so, proves a stunning lack of commitment to the people of this city. Not only the sort of thing that we won't forget now, but that we won't forget when it comes time for those council people's re-election bids next year. Council has by now assuredly heard more than enough potential strategies to reallocate APD funds, so it would be a waste of time to talk numbers in departments where that APD money could be better spent, something to the tune of $262 million. Think about all the schools, the healthcare infrastructure, the city planning, the public transport that could benefit from all that money. But, while I'm on the topic of money and how it flows through our local government, I do also have to use this time to demand the immediate termination of Councilman Michael Julian Bond, who is inexplicably allowed to hold on to his seat despite being found guilty of over 300 campaign finance violations to the tune of a $39,000 fine, which he has stated on record as being unable to pay. For that, not only should Councilman Bond be removed from the seat, but investigated and punished like the rest of us would be if we took similar actions and were found guilty of them. I suggest that the remainder of salaries be diverted into the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. Just a thought.
Hi, my name is Elijah Lowe. I'm calling because of police funding. I want to demand that we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by the council to reallocate the $73 million of police funding to reimagine public safety and to have funding put more into mental health and to the mental well-being of our citizens instead of over-policing our citizens. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lois Gresman, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm calling to ask y'all to please fund Resolution 20R4068. Please reallocate $73 million from police funds so that we can reimagine public safety in a way that will protect and uplift all citizens of Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Albina Nidal. I'm 24 and live in the Chandler Park region, and I'm calling in to let you know that I want the budget for the police to be reallocated into reimagining public safety in ways outside of APD. I think it's
very wrong that you voted down withholding the money from the police. And clearly, I think that is something that not only this city but this nation needs right now. I feel like it's obvious that this system is not working, and it's not working for a great portion of the community around this country. And I think we owe it, or you owe it, to the people of Atlanta, but also to this country, to try something new, be creative, and work for the people, work for the community, and to please amend the budget, specifically reallocating at least $73 million of the police to community efforts, to areas of the public sector that serve to enrich and support the community, as opposed to policing them in ways that I find honestly unjust and unfair. And thank you for your time.
I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. Reallocate the $73 million of police funds to reimagine public safety. Stop the business of the city until our demands are met.
My name is Makia Johnson. I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. Reallocate $73 million of police funds to reimagine public safety. Stop the business of the city under our demands are met.
Hello, my name is Ronnie Marrow, and I'm a resident of Summerhill area in Atlanta, Georgia. I demand we amend the budget and fund and the resolution approved by the council, and I want to reallocate $73 million of police funds to the public safety, stop the business of the city until our demands are met. Once again, my name is Ronnie Marrow, and I am a citizen of America, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm an area. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Abigail Green. I live in Grand Park, Atlanta, and I've been here for about 7 years. I would like the Atlanta City Council members to listen to this public comment and to consider funding Resolution 20-R-4068. I believe that you need to take immediate action to start reimagining the Atlanta Police Department and the future of policing in our city. So please reallocate the $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. This is what our community deserves. Anything less would be an obfuscation of your responsibility to represent the city. I do not feel that APD is effectively protecting and serving and keeping all Atlanta citizens safe. Police officers should be held accountable for their actions. Policies need to be revisited or created. And the APD budget needs to be held so that you, the City Council, can undertake the important work of auditing their budget and determining where we might be able to reallocate money. I would urge you to consider supporting Resolution 20-R-4068 before the budget is put into effect. Thank you for this opportunity for public comment, and a special thank you to my council representative, CARLA Smith, for doing the right thing and supporting the resolution. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol Tucker. I'm leaving a public comment to urge Atlanta City Council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068.1. Support the implement of trained unarmed professionals to respond to calls on non-violent crime matters and are set to create safer neighborhoods. I'm calling for immediate stopgaps such as those contained in a Can't Wait and other successful initiatives throughout the country and world. Police officers need to be held accountable for their actions, and police need to be visited and create to ensure first responders are not unjustly protected by the law. It is extremely important to dismantle and pressure systems such as racism that fuels the root causes of crime, including lack of access to stable, affordable housing, high-quality public education, and economic opportunities. The Atlanta Police Department budget needs to be held for Q3 and Q4 of fiscal year 2021, and a public safety and community support restricted fund while advise of the city's approach to public safety and policies in conducting. Additionally, approach to public safety and policies in conducting. Additionally, the Atlanta Police Department budget needs a full audit to determine appropriate use of funds and ways to reduce their annual budget. Reducing the Atlanta Police Department annual budget will allow us to relocate residents into that services such as education, housing, mental health services, transportation programs, and youth services. Please fund Resolution 20-R-4068.1. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kay Clark. I'm leaving a public comment to urge Atlanta City Council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. I support the implementation of trained, unarmed professionals to respond to calls of non-violent crime matters in an effort to create a safer neighborhood. I'm calling for immediate stopgaps, such as those contained in 8K8 and other successful initiatives, accountable for their actions and policies that need to be revised and revisited. It's extremely important to dismantle oppressive systems such as racism that fuel the root cause of crime, including the lack of access to stable, affordable housing, high-quality public education, and economic opportunities. The Atlanta Police Department budget needs to be held for Q3 and Q4 of fiscal year 2021 in a public safety and community support restricted fund while a review of the city's approach to public safety and policy is conducted. Additionally, the Atlanta Police Department budget needs a full audit to determine appropriate use of funds and ways to reduce their annual budget. Reducing the Atlanta Police Department's annual budget will allow us to relocate money into wraparound services such as education, housing, mental health services, drug rehabilitation programs, and youth service. Please fund Resolution 20-R-4068. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Cooks, and I live in Atlanta in Cabbagetown in Satellite Archbone District. I listened to about 3 hours of Saturday's City Hall meeting, Atlanta City Council meeting. It was so incredibly frustrated to hear many City Council members repeatedly defend police after their absolutely egregious behavior. You would know their behavior if you were out on the street, if you were living like one of us, not just doing right along. It's really, really, really upsetting to hear how far away from the public you actually are. Come out and meet some of us. See what people are doing. I'm calling today to ask you to take money from Atlanta Police Department and fund this resolution. Fund the reimagining. Don't just say you're going to do it. Put money behind it. Put money behind it. When you do that research, you will see that community policing doesn't work because policing from the ground up is a racist institution. It is not a modern way of keeping crime out of our city. It's a way to fund your pockets through tickets, broken windows policing, and it's outdated. It all needs to go. I hope that you actually do some real research and put some money behind this so that we can have a safer, more joyful, more beautiful city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brad Beatles, and I'm a resident of East Atlanta. I'm calling to let my voice be heard by the Atlanta City Council. I'm urging that the council fund Resolution 20-R-4068. I believe that our current version of law enforcement is flawed and corrupt to the core. I believe that police should not respond to all calls with only 2 tools, which are a badge of qualified immunity and a weapon of violence. I believe that our law enforcement needs to be well qualified, trained, unarmed professionals to respond to nonviolent calls. Police officers must be held accountable for their actions, and the police department policies such as qualified immunity must be stripped to ensure that first responders are not being shielded by the law. Instead of deploying officers with guns to treat effects of unaffordable housing, inadequate education, and lack of economic opportunity, we need to be addressing these issues head on instead of finding a reactionary way to try to solve the issue, which is not working. Instead, we need to find ways to support the citizens of our city. I respond that these issues will not resolve overnight, but the city of Atlanta needs to implement a strategy to effectively address these issues. As a citizen, I demand that there are no increases for the APD budget for the remainder of the year, and I demand that the police budget for quarter 3 and 4 are to be held in a public safety and community support restricted fund while the city approaches law enforcement and public safety from an entirely new perspective and viewpoint. Moving forward, I demand that the APD budget is cut by a minimum of 50% and that those funds are reallocated to education, housing, mental health services, drug rehabilitation, and youth programs. Again, I urge you to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabella Ordway. I'm leaving a public comment to urge Atlanta City Council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. I support the implementation of trained unarmed professionals to respond to calls on nonviolent crime matters, and in an effort to create safer neighborhoods, I'm asking for immediate stopgaps such as those in 8 Can't Wait. It's super important to dismantle oppressive systems such as racism and violent responses, and instead send out trained professionals to respond to calls that police normally would. We need to be putting our Atlanta budget into affordable housing, high-quality public education, and community support instead of funneling it into the Atlanta Police Department. Measures like this will create a healthier community and build us up through education and nonviolence. And the Atlanta City Police Department needs a full budget audit to determine the appropriate use of funds and ways to reduce their annual budget. We can allocate these funds into different, more comprehensive services, again, such as housing, mental health services, which everyone seems to need right now, drug rehabilitation programs, and youth services. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Meininger. I am a member of the Cabbagetown neighborhood, and I'm calling to state before any further committee meetings happen, I demand the budget be amended to reallocate the $73 million in police funds to reimagine public safety as originally presented by Councilwoman Ide in Resolution 20-R-4068. Atlanta is demanding police reform right now. We need to defund the police. It is very obvious these funds need to be put into a better use. It's disgusting that this is still a discussion. I'm watching how my city council people vote. I would like to thank my city councilwoman Madeline Archibald for voting to defund the police. I'm going to continue watching this very closely, and I will continue to voice my concerns until this gets passed.
Hi, my name is Jesse Duncrain. I currently live in Athens, Georgia, but I lived in Atlanta for many years. My mom still lives there. I'm calling to express that I'm actually calling to demand that the budget calls for a reduction in the police force and that the resolution 20-R-4068 is funded. I believe that the police are more of a danger to our society, especially in Atlanta, than they are a benefit, and that money should be reallocated to communities where it's far more needed than more militarized cops on the street. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Allison Watson, and I live in Reynoldstown, Atlanta. I'm asking you to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. Please reallocate $73 million from the police budget to help reimagine public safety. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Ross Shepard. I'm a resident of Atlanta Council District 4. And just want to leave a comment regarding, just different activities that occur usually on the weekends, but sometimes during the week after the closing of various bar and other establishments in the early morning, where it appears that we have persons who, I don't know if they're drag racing, but they certainly are engaged in some, I would think, speeding activities that are in the sort of downtown area. I live off of Marietta Street, but in the area of Marietta Street and Boulevard, and also the connecting streets of Ivan Allen and Northside Drive, this appears to occur. And I don't know if there's I don't think this is new. So we just wanted to maybe just raise that issue just to ensure that our law enforcement and other people there are aware of this and perhaps are thinking about some proactive ways to discourage the activity. Thank you for the opportunity to leave a comment. Good day.
Hi, my name is Bruce Sachs, and I am in support of the reallocation of $73 million of police funds. I've lived in Atlanta for 5 years, and I've seen the police act pretty entitled when they're supposed to protect and support the people and waste everybody's time, like putting their sirens up and they go through traffic just to do what they need to do, then and make me late for work and stuff. I think that's pretty retarded. So, yes, have a good day. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Jocelyn Alter, and I am an Innis Park resident calling to request that the City Council move forward an amendment to the current budget before taking up any other business. The amendment that failed to pass over the weekend to reduce the APD Atlanta Police Department budget was a sore disappointment given what we have seen not only in the recent killing of Rayshard Brooks, but in the many killings of unarmed black men previously, as well as in the way that the Atlanta Police Department has treated protesters. There's way more force than we need, that is clear, and reform is just not going to do it. We need to have some clear accountability measures, and although the reduction in the funding would have been only temporary and was not as far as I would have liked the City Council to go, I am very disappointed that it could not even get that done. My personal council member had supported the measure, and I'm grateful to him for that, but there are many of you that looked at the needs of lobbyists and profits over the needs of the people of the city. We need our resources put where our communities can actually benefit from them, not into resources that only oppress our communities. Please take action and move forward with an amendment to the budget before taking up any other business.
My name is Ryan DiMatteo. It is time for you guys to fund Resolution 20R4068 and reallocate the $73 million that is going to go towards police violence and carrying out more acts of aggression against your citizens. You guys need to stop engaging in empty lip service. The resolution that you passed on Friday, over the weekend, all that's meaningless unless you actually follow through with the budget. You guys, it's your job to represent us, not to pull legislative and governmental shenanigans to pretend like you're doing things when you're not actually doing anything. If you guys don't follow through with reallocating this budget, and those $73 million go to carry out more violence against citizens in the city, go to carry out more tear gassing, more battalion, more murders. Those are murders, tear gassing, war crimes that you are all complicit in carrying out. Know that. If you do not reallocate this budget, that blood is on your hands, and we will remove you from office for your failure to do your job.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Rashida Sow, and I am calling today to ask you all to please fund Resolution 20-R-4068, and that's reallocating $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department to public safety. We, residents of Atlanta, really need this done. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is LINDO. I'm calling to ask that you would amend the budget to fund the 20-R-4068 resolution that was approved by the council. Again, my name is LINDO. I'm calling to ask that you amend the budget to fund the 20-R-4068 resolution approved by the council. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tejas Kotak. I live in District 3 on the west side of the city. I urge you to approve and fund Resolution 20-R-4068. This is a smart step forward to create a more beloved community within Atlanta. It acknowledges the hard work that APD does for the city while also recognizing that we ask too much of them. Police should not respond to every situation in society. And we can respect them and all of our citizens, especially our Black citizens, by reallocating money and responsibility to services that reduce crime and inequities in the long term. Affordable housing, education, mental health services, drug rehabilitation, youth and child services, and even the funding and maintenance of sidewalks. Please approve and fund Resolution 20-R-4068. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alice Harris. I live in District 4 of Atlanta. I'm calling and I'm hoping that you will consider my comments. Please fund Resolution 20-R-4068 and relocate $73 million police funds in order to reimagine public safety. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tess Malone, and I am a constituent in Virginia Highlands, Atlanta, Georgia. And I am just calling to demand that we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by the council yesterday, Resolution 20-R-4068. We must reallocate $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. Defunding the police is definitely a priority for me, especially knowing that we can pour these funds into a lot of other services that will better serve the citizens and require less police presence anyways. So I'm calling that you defund the police and reallocate the $73 million in the process. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Barry Green, and I'm a resident here in the city of Atlanta in Reynolds. Wanted to call and urge City Council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068, really in an effort to address funds being appropriated for and spent on behalf of Atlanta Police. I strongly support reallocating common funds towards having trained professionals that are unarmed to be able to deal with non-life-threatening scenarios that the police have been used for up to this point. It's really important that we have accountability for our police officers so that when errors are committed on their behalf, that they are still subject to the same laws that they are entitled to address and hold the public accountable for. I'd really like to emphasize this is an effort to restore honor to the badge of the police officers. If we have a scope that's too wide for the police and we ask them to do things that they are not appropriately trained for, that's when we end up with scenarios where people are being harmed at the hands of the police when it needn't have happened. Again, my main focus here is to urge the City Council to fund the Resolution 20-R-6022, and I'd like to restore the honor to the police and make sure that we have appropriate funds being spent to tackle the causes of crime, not just focusing on policing and interactions with the public with our police officers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victor Wilson. I am a resident of Atlanta in District 5 and calling to make public comments on the Public Safety Committee happening today that I, as a citizen, would stress that we should take real action and not just a resolution that says we're going to reimagine things, but actually put money behind that by reallocating 73 million of police funds in order to make real change. I stand with Councilmember Brown's ideas and proposals on this. Again, I think we need to make real change by making real movements with money and not just saying we're going to take 6 months and think about this. Thank you very much.
Hello, and I hope you're having a wonderful day, and I really hope that everyone is safe during this time. My name is Michelle Tingle, and I'm calling on behalf of the ARDC, and it has been proven time and time again that community policing significantly decreases crime and builds trust between the officers and the community. So why hasn't it not been fully utilized? Wait, hold on, answer that question. But instead, institute the policies recommended by the Obama Task Force in 21st century policing. Don't wait to do it. Do it now. Atlanta deserves to lead the nation in fully implementing these proven strategies. Now, President Obama created this in 2015, and he believed that there should be trust between the community and police officers. Remember back in the day when kids used to idolize the police officers and always dreamed of being a police officer because they were the heroes of the community? Let's bring back that concept again instead of little children have to be more afraid of police officers because they'll do more harm than good. Please, bring that model back for police officers to be the heroes and protecting our community. Please institute the policies recommended by Obama's task force on the 21st century on policing. So therefore, we can always look back and say we thank our police officers for doing their duties, protecting and serving the community. Thank you. I hope you all have a wonderful day and be safe.
My name is Nakia Barner. I am calling because I demand that there be an amendment to the new budget that was approved. Money needs to be reallocated to reimagine public safety, as well as being able to fund more programs in parks and recreation. So please consider amending the budget to make sure that we can reimagine public safety and incidences like what happened with Rayshard Brooks won't happen anymore.
Good afternoon. Hope all is well. My name is Michelle Tingle, and I'm calling on behalf of the ARPC. And any current policies and contracts that allow for officers who have more than 3 excessive force complaints should be immediately taken off ATL Street until they can be evaluated psychologically and administratively before the next unarmed black man or woman is victimized or killed. Any officer with a clear history of this type of excessive and unacceptable behavior, despite having the necessary training, should be removed. Institute policies that incentivize public safety and community policy. Please get rid of the policy and training that leads to profiling, terrorizing, and using inhumane treatment of black and poor citizens. Also, with that, the camera should be at all times during any of these procedures and not be turned off, because at that point it's just he say or she say between the community member and the police officer. We want to remember to protect both police officer and the community member. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
The comment to urge Atlanta City Council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. I support the implementation of trained unarmed professionals to respond to calls on nonviolent crime matters. In an effort to create safer neighborhoods, I'm calling for immediate stopgaps such as those contained in 8 Can't Wait and other successful initiatives throughout the country and where all police officers need to be held accountable for their actions and policies
need to be revisited or created to ensure first responders are not unjustly protected by the law. It is extremely important to dismantle oppressive systems such as racism that fuel the root causes of crime, including lack of access to stable, affordable housing, high-quality public education, and economic opportunity. The Atlanta Police Department's budget needs to be held for quarter 3 and quarter 4 of fiscal year 2021, and a public safety and community support restricted fund review of the city's approach to public safety and policing is conducted. Additionally, the Atlanta Police Department budget needs a full audit to determine appropriate use of funds and ways to reduce their annual budget. Reducing the Atlanta Police Department's annual budget will allow us to reallocate money into wraparound services such as education, housing, mental health services, drug rehabilitation programs, and youth services. Please resolution 20-R-4068. Thank you.
Hello, and I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Michelle Tingle, and I'm calling on behalf of the ARBC. We all understand and appreciate that most officers are good. However, until the systems are improved to root out the bad ones, the community and the good officers will continue to suffer. Preventing officers implementing minimum sentences, not allowing them to financially benefit, and taking their pension will send a very clear message that the rogue, or racist, or inhumane behavior will not be tolerated in Atlanta, which is the home of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and the home of the Civil Rights Movement. We're in demand, and we should have implemented before the year end policies and procedures to root out those who do not respect that Black Lives Matter. Please put in consideration of all these police officers that are doing an awesome and well job, but also consider that some of them are so used to getting away with things. Please implement these policies and procedures to make the job of officers who are supposed to protect and serve be able to protect and serve us the right way. Thank you, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Hello, my name is Marcel Holmes, and I'm a resident of Wormwood Park. I'm calling today to express disappointment in our city council. You listened to 40 hours of public comments last week, and I really don't think you guys have the best interests of your constituents in mind. And just a reminder that many of us will not forget this next election cycle. And I think next I want to say that straight to brass tacks here, I wish that you would reconsider funding resolution 20-R-4068. We need to amend the budget and reallocate $73 million of our police funds in order to reimagine public safety. I think that should be a priority right now because the system we have in place is not working. So thank you so much.
Hey, my name is Molly Aquish, and I'm calling from Midtown. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I'm calling because I would like you guys to fund and pass resolution 20-R-4068. We need to reallocate that $73 million to defund the police and reinvest that money into, things like education and our communities. I know you guys want to do right, and I think Atlanta needs to be setting an example. We really need to do better, and I know that we can. So, thank you.
Hi, this is Tanya Meek, and I'm calling to demand that you fund the resolution 20-R-4068. We need to reallocate the $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. Thank you. Please listen to your community.
Hi there, City Council. My name is Deidre Clevehouse. I am a constituent in Grove Park, and I just want to make it very clear to the City Council that each and every single one of you is failing your constituents. The people of Atlanta do not want the police reimagined. We want them defunded. Every single one of you is complicit in turning the wheels of oppression and systemic racism with weak, toothless reforms that do nothing to change culture and hold police in Atlanta accountable. The people do not care about showing the police our support. They murder us in the streets, and you dare say we must show the police we support them with our tax dollars? While we starve and are weeks away from homelessness in the midst of a pandemic, and all you have to offer us is insincere platitudes and a complete refusal to listen to the people who voted each one of you in office. We want APD disbanded, just like we've seen in Milwaukee. We know it is possible. You guys are not leading the nation on anything, especially not police reform, while our constituents grapple with record high income inequality, food deserts, death at the hands of police, and yet you still prioritize funding the police over redistributing the city budget in a way that can actually improve lives. You are not funding good cops for boosting police morale or showing support for officers. You are gaslighting your constituents while you refuse to defund the racist police state you are upholding. We see each and every single one of you and will vote accordingly. Do your jobs.
Jonathan Williams of Reynoldstown. Defund the police. Please help reallocate funds from the APD into community resources that will keep our community safe and healthy.
Hi, my name is Antonio Lewis. I'm calling in to say I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. Reallocate $73 million of police funds to reimagine public safety. Stop the business of the city until our demands are met. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Destiny from Georgia Stand Up, and I'm calling on behalf of public comment for the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. Atlanta Citizens Review Board needs to be consulted and included in all matters of law enforcement oversight for Atlanta police and correction officers because ACRB board members are required to have periodic training on new police training and techniques, are members of the community, and all factors when we think of policy for future interactions. This program lacks much of its critical expertise and insight. Citizens want the ACRB recommendations to be honored. It was created to protect citizens. Looking good on paper makes the city look good, yet grossly harms and victimizes citizens. Must change to protect citizens from rogue and competent police officers. Root out rogue and competent officers. The good ones can do their job. Commit to community policing and demilitarize APD. Do it now, not in 2021 before another unarmed black man or woman is killed. It's been 10 years since the senseless death of Katherine Johnston. It's been 5 years since Obama's task force on the 21st century policing was introduced. What are you, one of your friends or family to be killed at the hands of the police? If it is a requirement that 85% or more of the recommendations made by the ACRB are accepted by APD, many of the officers who kill and commit other heinous offenses against citizens would be disciplined and terminated before there are more citizens. So hold APD gives teeth to the board created to protect Atlanta citizens that have disgraced our police department and our city for too long. Is now or you or will change at the election time in November 2020, the next city council. We are closely watching the recommendations and votes. Make Atlanta proud, not embarrassed by having weak policies that allow rogue officers to patrol our streets and use excessive force against black unarmed men, women, homeless, include as black and most vulnerable citizens. Do it now in 2020. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Stenzel. I'm a resident of Grant Park here in Atlanta. I'm calling to urge the Public Safety Committee of Atlanta City Council to fund Resolution 20R4068 in order to reimagine, Atlanta Police Department in 2021. Thank you.
My name is Tracy, Tracy, Speaker, President Frank Elton Larry, UKER. I live in District 4. My address is 426 Marietta Street. I'm at the corner of Ivan Allen and Marietta Street. And my comments are regarding public safety and in this case, nuisance. This past weekend and the several couple of weekends prior to, we've been inundated with drag racing and fireworks in the streets. And this goes on anywhere from 9 p.m. to
5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm trying to understand, what is the city council and the city doing to address this issue? Has it become a nuisance? I, along with the people in my building, we are surrounded by at least 3 hotels in downtown Atlanta, I'm sure, who have customers that are also disturbed. So this needs to be addressed, and I'm wondering what we can do or how I would get feedback from these comments from the council. So again, this is Tracy Fluker, address 426 Marietta Street, District 4, regarding drag racing in the streets and the unlawful firing of fireworks all night. And I mean all night, from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning. And it happened every night this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. My number is 404-683-0766. My email address is Tracy, Fluker, Fluker, @gmail.com. And I would like to at least know that these comments have been heard. So if I can get a text message or email and you hear these comments, and then we will be making plans to address these issues. I think I'm in the district of Councilman Cleta Wilson, again, District 4. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Downs. I am leading a public comment to urge Atlanta City Council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. I support the implementation of trained, unarmed professionals to respond to calls on nonviolent crime matters. In an effort to create safer neighborhoods, I am calling for immediate stopgaps, such as those contained in 8 Can't Wait and other successful initiatives throughout the country and world. Police officers need to be held accountable for their actions, and policies need to be revisited or created to ensure first responders are not unjustly protected by the law. It is extremely important to dismantle oppressive systems such as racism that fuel the root causes of crime, including lack of access to stable, affordable housing, high-quality public education, and economic opportunities. The Atlanta Police Department budget needs to be held for Q3 and Q4 of fiscal year 2021 in a public safety and community support restricted fund, while a review of the city's approach to public safety and policing is conducted. Additionally, the Atlanta Police Department budget needs a full audit to determine appropriate use of funds and ways to reduce their annual budget. Reducing the Atlanta Police Department's annual budget will allow us to reallocate money into wraparound services such as education, housing, mental health services, drug rehabilitation programs, and youth services. Please fund Resolution 20-R-4068. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rachel Commander, and I'm a resident of Reynoldstown. I'm calling to voice concern over the fact that over the weekend you voted down the amendment to withhold $73 million of the APD budget and reimagine public safety. So many people have spoken out demanding the reallocation of those funds, so I'm just echoing that sentiment once again and asking that you please listen to what people are saying and amend the budget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anita Khan, and I live in Fulton County. I'm calling about public safety issue because I've been reading in AJC and other media sources that residents of particular districts, including mine, are asking for more police presence in their communities to feel more safe. And I just need to say that neither myself nor my family, especially Black people in my family, feel safer when there are police around. And statistics show that 30% of murders committed by strangers are committed by police. I think that our public safety funds are better placed towards social services, towards drug and addiction rehabilitation, and towards education, given that the police are being asked to fulfill roles in all 3 of those realms that really they're not being trained for. I don't understand why police are receiving 60 hours of firearms training and only 8 hours of conflict de-escalation training, unless you all are really trying to kill us. So, yeah, I'm calling because I think that the police need to be defunded. I think that their weapons budget needs to be cut. I think we need to divest from the corporations that are helping to fund that. And I think that one of the first things that we can do is to defund the carceral system that is building more prisons in order to house more inmates that we are just sourcing from Black and brown communities. Thank you.
Yes, I demand we amend the budget and fund the resolution approved by council. Reallocate $73 million of police funds to reimagine the public safety.
Hello, my name is Nicolette Kessler, and I am calling to demand that we amend the budget and fund the following resolution approved by council to reallocate $73 million of police funds by funding 20R 4068 in order to reimagine public safety. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Debbie. I am an Atlanta resident, native. I'm calling to fund resolution 20-R-4068. I want us to reallocate the $73 million of police funds so that we can reimagine public safety. I know that some, I believe 7 members have voted yes and that 8 have voted no, and I think those 8 the city council members should definitely rethink their positions and vote yes on 20-R-4068. Thank you.
Okay. Was that it, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair, that concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you. We will now move forward. I just want to make a statement, too, that for folks who may be listening in our audience, is this resolution 20-R-4068 was actually voted on Saturday by the council, and that is not before the council, city council, anymore for a vote. And it was a 7-8. So some people, I think, know that it was not voted down. But that does not mean that the things will not be coming to us in terms of where we're going. So just want to let you all know that. I also see that I have a comment from a council member, Mr. Bond, so I'm going to let him speak at this point. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say something to that point, but I also want to mention that at the next future work session, we are considering the actions of the resolution that we did pass and that I did vote for, that there be some education for the public as to what services that the city of Atlanta is allowed to tax for and perform. As I've listened to public comment over the last 2 weeks, I think that there's just a basic misunderstanding of what the city of Atlanta is actually responsible for and what we can do that the public, it seems, repeatedly seems to be urging us to do, like performing social services and providing, caseworkers and all that kind of thing. That's just not what the city of Atlanta is legally charged to do. That's the, function of Fulton County and state of Georgia, et cetera. So at some point, if we can, create a spreadsheet or a data sheet that shows our constituents what we're legally obligated to perform so that we can begin to educate, open a window of education to people so that they can greater understand why certain decisions are made or not made. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. And I also have been talking to people in my community about that in terms of understanding of what their tax dollars actually go for as we collect taxes for the city of Atlanta. Percentages of taxes, what we do with it, what our charter calls for, We can talk about the percentage of taxes also that goes to the education system that is not up under the umbrella. That funding does not even go to the city of Atlanta. So we don't have funding to give to the education system because they get 52% of our funding already from another source, not from the city of Atlanta, but from our tax dollars. So you're right. There needs to be so much education on where is the bucket of money for social services, where is the bucket of money for education, where is the bucket of money for so many different things, and having people understand it so that when we're asking, even in terms of APD, that's a whole other conversation. So we have a comprehensive conversation. And I also want to say that I'm committed as a council member to, there are so many other things that I am working on very hard. The task force, I'll let you all know as a council member, I'll be sending out information within the next day or so on what the task force has been doing, this police task force, what they've been doing. So you'll be getting a lot of flow of information about that. Also, we're looking at the task force and probably will be bringing some of my recommendations and thoughts in terms of that myself. So there's a lot of things, a lot of work we got to do based on my hearing, that what I'm hearing from the public and my colleagues, that we have a huge amount of work to do, and I'm committed to doing it all the way. So we'll move forward, but thank you for your comments, Mr. Bond. So we will now move to the next item on our agenda, which is presentations. I just let me stop for a moment and ask a question. I have Deputy Chief Bryant. Are you on the call? I'm sorry, Chief Bryant. I said Deputy Chief. Chief Bryant. Is Chief Bryant on the call?
We're checking, Madam Chair.
Okay. And if he's not, we'll move forward with the presentations. I just want to make sure that he's going to be available later on. I just want to look at what his time frame is.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Shepard, are you ready for me to begin?
Well, yes, I just wanted you to give us a just brief synopsis of where we are in the community right now this evening. And then there's a couple of papers, Chief Bryant, that I want, there may be questions around with police. There are several resolutions. And I just wanted to look at your time frame to see if you had time to stay, or should we just go ahead and try to proceed with some of this. You tell me your time schedule.
Ma'am, this is our interim Chief Mitchell Corrections. I thought you were ready for me to present. I'll wait until Chief Bryant comes on.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's Mr. Mitchell. No, I'm sorry. Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Chief Bryant from the Police Department. He's not available right now. Well, let's just move forward with the presentations then until he comes in. Okay, we'll move forward.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm interim Chief Mitchell, Reginald Mitchell, Corrections. Some of you may remember me from 30 years of service with APD. Those who don't, I'm looking forward to getting to know you and work with you. With that being said, I'd like to go ahead and start the presentation. Can we go to the first slide, please? The first slide is going to be, if you are looking at your paperwork there, the first slide is going to be our organizational chart. That's very self-explanatory. Next slide, please. Next slide is going to be the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic slide, which is currently in phase 2 of the mayor's reopening Atlanta plan. And at this time, it's still only essential personnel, detainees, contractors, vendors, attorneys, etc., are allowed into the facility. Next slide, please. It's also COVID-19 pandemic slide. And this slide here shows that we've only had, since we've started our lockdown, 3 people that have tested positive for the virus, 2 employees, 1 detainee. None of those are facility related, all outside the facility. Next slide, please. This slide is going to be regarding the personal protective equipment that we've purchased. As you can see, gloves, surgical masks, face shields, bottles of hand sanitizer, etc. Next slide, please. Also, this is what we've, the next slide of the personal protective equipment is what we've been donated to by GEMA. Masks, gloves, bottles of hand sanitizer, some of the same stuff. So we purchase and we get stuff from GEMA. Next slide, please. The next slide is regarding what we do with Atlanta PD as it relates to feeding the COVID-19 people that are on lockdown. We do this 3 times a day, and we're currently scheduled to do that up until July 31st. Next slide, please. This next slide has to do with our PAC-3 program, preparing adult offenders to transition through training and therapy. This is something that we've been very proud of. It's been working pretty good here. We currently have 10 people that are in the program right now, and 3 are scheduled to be released at any time now in July. And we plan to keep working with the state on this as long as they want to be partners with it. Next slide, please. The next slide you're looking at should be from the George Floyd and Mr. Brooks protest. And during this protest from May 29th through June 19th, there have been a total of 468 of our citizens booked into the detention center. And on that slide, you can see the charges that are listed below. Next slide, please. Still regarding the protest, and normally the average length of stay for the protesters are 1 day from booking to release. Next slide, please. The next slide deals with the detention center average daily population, jail reform initiatives, and the timeline. And as you can see, at the time that this began in February of 2018, there were 439 inmates on a daily basis. And by June of 2019, it decreased to 102. And as of today at 12 p.m., we have a total of 25 detainees inside the center. Next slide. That slide is dealing with the 25 detainees I just spoke about, and this is how it's broken down, pre-trial, and I mean we have in detention and our PAC-3 residents. Next slide, please. This slide deals with the cash bond reform statistics, and it's from May of 2018 through May of 2020, and it just gives the breakdown of what was ineligible, the average age, and the total number that was eligible. Next slide, please. Next slide deals with the signature bond release, and this is the top 10 charges that we've gotten since March 1st of 2018. And you can see the majority of these charges are license related, traffic related. I know that was pretty quick, but I want to make sure I left enough time to answer the questions that I can answer for you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. If you all have a question, please press the speaker. Mr. Bond, go ahead, and then I'll ask my question next. You're up, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Interim Chief Mitchell. I want to ask you a question about the signature bond program. I apologize. I do not have the slides in front of me, but does your slide, or do you have the information of how many individuals who have been that have used the signature bond program? What is their appearance rate in the municipal court?
Give me just a second with that. Councilmember Bond, I was just told that court would have to provide that number, that we wouldn't have it.
Okay. Well, other than that, I appreciate your presentation and look forward to working with you in your new role. I'll follow the court, but just for the record, my understanding is that the appearance rate is very bad when people get released. for them showing up in court. So hopefully when we have our next presentation from the court, we can have some level of update. When we passed that ordinance to create that program, we were supposed to get reported back in 6 months. And to my recollection, I think people have mentioned it anecdotally, but I don't think that we have ever gotten a report back. So I'd like to ask Ms. Lindo and the staff if they can research that, and if there is a report, if they can produce it and send it on, and if not, ask the court to provide it, or the responsible persons from the ordinance to provide it to us at our next meeting. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, let me ask in terms of the PAC-3 program, the fact that we still have it, and as we begin to transition in terms of the discussion of transitioning ACDC to a whole nother level within the next several months and transferring folks, where will the PAC-3 program land? Will it still be in your purview with the corrections, or will it be transferred to another entity?
Well, we have to have some conversation with the state regarding that, because part of the issue will be housing them. So we would have to work through that to decide whether or not it would still fall in my purview.
So right now you don't have the answers to the PAC-3. Okay.
Exactly. I do not.
But this program, this program actually up under the City of Atlanta Correction Center. This PAC-3 program is the City of Atlanta Correction Program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does any other agencies or municipalities have a program like this?
Not that we know of.
So depending on where we are as we close out ACDC, this is a program that's been very successful but could possibly go away. So we haven't come to that decision. You answered my question. I'll have to ask the administration and other folks what's going to happen with the PAC-3 program. So at this point, you really don't know.
No, ma'am. Like I said, we want to keep the program because, just like you said, it's been very successful.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And thank you for serving. I know you just stepped up. You're the new person in charge, so thank you so much.
I really appreciate the support. Thank you.
All right. We'll now move on to our next presentation, which is the Citizens Review Board. I believe that's Mr. Reed. So, Mr. Reed, if you're there, please come forth and begin to talk to us. Is Mr. Reed available, Ms. Lindo?
We're verifying, Madam Chair. He should be on the line.
Okay. Hi, this is Lee Reed with the Atlanta Citizen Review Board.
Welcome.
Hi. Yes, on the call today, we have Cecilia Houston Torrance, the chair, and she will start out the presentation if she's still available.
Mr. Reed, did you have a handout? Was there a handout given Ms. Lindo for Mr. Reed's presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. That was provided in your community handouts. I can email another copy if you're unable to locate that.
All right, I'm trying to find it now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Chair Joyce Shepard, honorable members of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, and the citizens of the great city of Atlanta. My name is Cecilia Houston Torrance, and I am the chair of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. It is sometimes referred to as the ACRB. And I'm happily retired community involvement officer for the Federal Home Loan Bank, where I worked for 26 years. I was appointed to the board by the League of Women Voters, Atlanta Fulton County. I am now in my second term. For the past 34 years, I resided in Council District 10, and I'm represented by my fellow league sister, Councilwoman Andrea Boone. My police precinct is Zone 4, where Major Carvin Tyus is the zone commander. I would like to share with you that I had the opportunity last September to represent the City of Atlanta and the ACRB at the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement conference in Detroit this past September. And it was indeed an honor to be there with my colleagues from around the country. And it is indeed an honor to come before you today to tell you about the ACRB. Slide number 2, please. Presenting with me today is the Executive Director, Mr. Lee Reed, Investigations Manager, Sheena Robertson, and Project Manager, Myola Smith. Slide number 3, please. The reason why. I don't think any of us will ever forget the tragic day, November 21st, 2006, and several of the callers during the public comments mentioned that. It was a day when a beloved 92-year-old grandmother, community elder, was killed by police during an illegal no-knock warrant raid. We all know her, Miss Catherine Johnston, and she is the reason why. If there's a name that bears repeating, it's the name of Catherine Johnston. We speak your name, Catherine Johnston. Miss Johnston is the reason why, and unfortunately, we must add the names of others, most recently, Mr. Rashad Brooks. They are the reason why, and because of the sacrifices they have made, the determination of the people, the City Council, and the administration we have today, and for the past 11 years, we have a fully functional agency, the only one in the state. The ACRB oversees complaints from citizens regarding police misconduct. I say to Ms. Johnson and Mr. Brooks, the ACRB is representing the people and will not forget. Slide number 4, please. Now let me tell you about the board. The ACRB board meets every second Tuesday of the month at City Hall, and 3 times a year we meet and hold our meetings at various sites in the community. Currently, there are 13 seats on the board, and here are the board members of the 2020 through 2021 board. I'm going to start with our officers. You have yours truly, Cecilia Houston Torrance. I am the board chair. As I stated, I was appointed by the League of Women Voters of Atlanta-Fulton County. Tracy McDaniel is our vice chair, appointed by the Office of the Mayor. Michael Hopkins, board secretary, appointed by APAB, representing NPUs S through Z. There are 3 other members of APAB on the board as well. James Hardy, representing NPUs A through F, Sherry Williams, NPU G through L, NPUs M through R. Nomination is currently pending. Other members include Trudy Boyd, appointed by Council President, Keith Hassan, Atlanta Bar Association, Gloria Hawkins-Wynn, representing the full City Council, Tamara Orange, Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda, Jermaine Austin, Gate City Bar Association, Michael Turner, Atlanta Business League, and the Urban League seat on the board is currently vacant. These are the members of the Atlanta Citizens Review Board, and I am so very proud to serve as the chair of this dedicated group of citizens. Now, I would like to introduce ACRB's Executive Director, Samuel Lee Reed, who is literally a rock star when it comes to civilian oversight of law enforcement. He attended the conference with me last September in Detroit, and he's well regarded by all of his colleagues throughout the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Torrance. Hello?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Well, okay. I'm Lee Reed, Executive Director of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. I'll just give you some information about myself as an introduction. And first off, I'm happy to be on this call today to speak with the committee and introducing ourselves to the public. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity. I'm a graduate of Morehouse College, and after graduating from Morehouse, I went to law school and business school at North Carolina Central University. I got married and moved to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where I practiced law for a little while, and then later became the director of the Minneapolis Civilian Review Authority, which is very much similar to what we have here in the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. In 2012, I returned to Atlanta to assume my current position. And I'm happy to be here. I mean, I love Atlanta. I have family here. I care about what happens here. And I'm most importantly passionate about the civilian oversight. If we can go to the next slide, I'm going to talk about the mission statement of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. The ACRB mission is to provide the citizens of Atlanta credible, fair, and independent investigations and decisions on Atlanta police and corrections officer misconduct complaints. Our work provides intentional citizen engagement that promotes inclusion, sharing, learning, and citizen education on policing. Through our work, we provide opportunities for both departments to correct officer behavior, to promote the highest standards of conduct to meet citizens' expectations of policing. If we go to the next slide, slide 6, we want to talk about the ACRB history as it relates to legislative and operations. In February 2007, citizen power coupled with elected officials' responsive action combined to create the ACRB. In September 2008, ACRB opened its office on the 9th floor in the City Hall Tower and began receiving complaints. In May 2010, there was an ordinance amendment that gave subpoena power to the ACRB. It also required that all city employees must fully cooperate with ACRB requests. In March 2016, there was another ordinance amendment that expanded the allegations for the ACRB to investigate and a requirement for the chief's responses for more detailed explanation. It also expanded board membership, among other things. We go to the next slide, page 5-7. Let's talk about the ACRB vision. This is the vision that drives us. It's to be known for integrity, competence, and results, to be recognized as national experts in improving community police relationships, and to provide the best citizen oversight of a law enforcement agency in the nation and be recognized as the experts in civilian oversight. Slide 8, if we go to the next slide, slide 8, we look at the ACRB values. This is what drives us and keeps us focused on accomplishing our mission. Our values are integrity, credibility, commitment, accountability, fairness, results-driven, teamwork, excellence, and service. On slide 9, if we go to the next slide, slide 9, strategic goals. Our strategic goals, we have 4 of them. Strategic goal number 1, meaningful results. Provide meaningful results that would change the behavior of officers who receive, sustain complaints, and thereby reduce the costs associated with misconduct. Our second strategic goal is awareness building. Build awareness of the ACRB so every citizen will know that the ACRB will fairly, thoroughly, independently, and timely address concerns about misconduct involving APD and ACD officers. Strategic goal number 3, education. Educate citizens and officers about the importance of appropriate community police relationships and of the rights and responsibilities that citizens and officers owe to society. Strategic goal number 4, positive impact. Positively impact the community-police relationship. On our next slide, slide 10, we have our fundamental principles. Our goals are rooted in the fundamental principles of integrity, fairness, transparency, and independence. These principles are explicitly linked to our 4 core functions, which are investigations, mediations, education, awareness/advocacy. Now, if we turn a minute to slide 11, you'll see our organizational chart. As Chair Torrance stated, we are governed by a board of currently 13 members appointed by the various entities around the city of Atlanta. She also mentioned that we have the 1 vacancy with the Urban League. And I want to encourage citizens to check our website often, because as vacancies occur, we post them on the website so they can inquire about filling those vacant seats. As the executive director, my reporting responsibility is directly to the board. However, I am a city employee. I oversee a staff of two managers and 6 other employees. We could go to slide 12. Next slide, 12. Powers granted in the ACRB ordinance. I want to make one thing clear as I get into this about the powers granted to the ACRB ordinance. To the public, we have subpoena power. I mentioned it earlier, but it's worth repeating again about the fact that the ACRB has had subpoena power, and the council granted it to us in 2010. Over the past few weeks, that's been a question that's been coming up time and time again, but we do have it. Along with subpoena power, we have the power to advise on policies regarding the police and corrections departments with the purpose of improving the ability of police personnel to carry out their duties and to improve the relationship between the law enforcement departments and the community. We have discussion power to select appropriate individual incidents to review and broader issues of study. We have power to receive, investigate, and mediate and adjudicate citizen complaints. We can review specific complaints of incidents of misconduct against individual police officers, including those involving language related to race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. We have the power to initiate studies upon request to the board by any member of the public or the police department and the Department of Corrections, or at the board's own discretion. We have full access to relevant police department and corrections personnel for interview and receive relevant documents. We have the power to recommend that the chief of police and chief of corrections take certain action. Now, at this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. Sheena Robertson. She's the investigations manager. Ms. Robertson?
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We should now be on slide number 13, titled Investigations. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sheena Robertson, and I have been with the ACRB's investigations manager for 6 years now. And in February of 2009, which was 5 months after the ACRB opened its doors, I joined the agency, becoming its first investigator. And at that time, there was no investigative process set in place. So the former executive director tasked me with creating that process, which I was more than happy to do. And I did so, and I'm extremely proud of it, as it remains vital and is currently in use by our investigations team. I have a law degree and over 20 plus years of investigative experience, and 15 years of those have been conducting internal investigations into allegations of misconduct committed by employees and city officials. Next slide, please, number 14. Meet the investigations team. My team consists of 3 highly skilled investigators who each have over 15 years plus of experience in conducting sensitive and confidential investigations. Investigator Brian Fleming was with the Chicago Civilian Police Oversight Agency prior to joining the ACRB 5 years ago, where he was primarily responsible for for investigating incidents involving officer-involved shootings, death in custody, and officer-involved domestic violence cases. Investigator Ronald Jackson, he was an investigator with Georgia Department of Labor for over 20 years prior to joining the agency in November 2018, where he was responsible for investigating cases involving corruption, fraud, and abuse. And Investigator Tanya Richardson is a former law enforcement officer. Investigator Richardson was a correction officer in California and later served as an investigator in that department's Internal Affairs Division. Investigator Richardson then moved to Atlanta, where she worked with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a death investigation specialist. Investigator Richardson joined the agency in 2018. Our investigative team have received extensive training in various areas, but not limited to use of force, stop and frisk, search and seizures, probable cause, and various investigative techniques. And our training in these areas, as well as others, are ongoing. Next slide, please. We should be on title ACRB Investigative Process. Now, as per the ordinance that established the agency, in order for the ACRB to investigate a complaint, we must have a signed complaint. It has to be filed within 180 days of the incident, and the allegations must fall within one of the assigned categories set forth in the ordinance. And once that signed complaint is received, it is then assessed, logged into a complaint database, and at that point, there are 3 things that can happen. It can either be referred to mediation, and Myola Smith will provide you with more information about our mediation process. Or it can go to investigation, or it can be dismissed. And the most common reasons for dismissals are for lack of jurisdiction, meaning that the subject officer is employed by a department other than the APD or corrections, or it is time barred, which is beyond the 180 days. And all our signed complaints are then presented to the board for approval with one of the 3 recommendations I just discussed. Now, if the complaint goes through the investigation process, then it is then referred to, it is assigned to an investigator. And the investigator will then contact the complainant and conduct an interview. And this is done at the beginning phase because the majority of the time, the complaint lacks sufficient details or is vague. So we need more information. Now, if the allegation involves excessive force and injuries were sustained, the investigator will also obtain from the complainant signed medical and HIPAA release forms, as well as any other documentary evidence the complainant may have in their possession. The investigator will then review all applicable standard operating procedures and laws. And if it is necessary, the investigator will also consult with APD training unit to ascertain whether the officer's actions were consistent with training. We will then gather and evaluate all evidence associated with the complaint, such as, but not limited to, incident reports, body-worn camera, taser, and or dash camera footages, medical records, court records, and various other relevant APD or non-APD documents. Now, I know I refer a lot to APD and not corrections, and that's because the majority of our complaints are APD related. Corrections represents less than 1% of the complaints that we received, and it has been that way since we've been in existence. We'll also, part of our investigative process, we'll conduct site visits to the scene if it's necessary, and when we do that, we'll do a canvass of the area for potential witnesses, check to see if there are any cameras in the area, and obtain the footage, and also take photographs. We will then interview civilian witnesses, and then we will go on to interview our officers, and we will start off with the witness officers and then the subject officers. And I just want to note that, as Mr. Reed stated earlier, and our chair, We have had subpoena power since 2010. And the good news about that is that we have not had to use it to compel APD produce documents or for officers to cooperate with our process. So that's been great. So after all the necessary interviews have been conducted and the evidence has been obtained and evaluated, the investigator will then prepare a very detailed and comprehensive report documenting their findings with recommendations. The report is then submitted to me and the executive director for approval. And then once the approval it's been signed off on, then a report will then be forwarded to the board for their review at least 30 days prior to the board meeting, where they will then make a determination on the complaint. Now, the board's review of the investigator's recommendation includes a review of the report and the investigative file. And the board's sustained decisions are based on the preponderance of the evidence standards, meaning at least 51% of the evidence shows that the alleged actions more likely occurred than not. And then once the board has made a decision on the complaint, the decision is then forwarded to the chief for a disciplinary decision. The chief has 30 days to respond to the board's findings and recommendations. And then both the board's and the chief's response is published on the agency's website. Next slide, please. Number 16. Now, for FY20, the third and fourth quarters, the agency so far has received 43 complaints, and 24 of them have been assigned for full investigation. As of today, we have 33 active investigations, which includes some complaints that were received in the latter part of 2019 that we are working to close out. Also during these quarters, the board has adjudicated or made determinations on 16 complaints, which resulted in 20 sustained allegations. As of today, the has accepted 60% of those sustained allegations and imposed discipline. So that concludes my part of the presentation, and I hope this overview of our investigative process is insightful. Thank you for your time, and now I would like to introduce Myola Smith, who is ACRB's project manager. Ms. Smith?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Would you please move to slide 17, mediation? My name is Myola Smith. I am the project manager for ACRB, overseeing mediation, office administration, and outreach. I have been with the City of Atlanta for many years. I have served directly 3 mayors, Mayor Maynard Jackson, who was my mentor, and another mayor I'd like to mention is Mayor Shirley Franklin. And Mayor Franklin gave me an opportunity to assist the board in the beginning stages of the ACRB, and that was in 2007 when there was no staff, just the board, until the first executive director was hired in 2008. And that was the same year that the office opened in 2008 in September. My team includes Charles Curry, Public Information Officer and Outreach Specialist, and Adrian Gillis, Administrative Assistant Senior, and Madison Trice, Community Outreach Assistant. Mr. Curry, Ms. Gillis, and Ms. Trice not only perform specific duties, but as most City of Atlanta employees will tell you, they wear many hats, performing duties that sometimes fall outside their official title. We work as a team, and we embrace public service. I say to each of them, thank you for putting in the long hours and working on weekends. You know, earlier, Mr. Reed spoke about the agency's strategic goals. My presentation will hopefully give you more information about the role my team plays in achieving those goals, starting with meaningful results. And for us, that means mediation. Now, would you move to slide 18, benefits of mediation? ACRB's mediation process is confidential, whereby the citizen and the police officer can come together to find a solution to a conflict that meets everyone's needs. There's something about 2 people coming together in good faith, face-to-face, talking it out, with a neutral party present. and that party would be the mediator. You have an opportunity to share your perspectives on the incident with the officer. You can ask questions and gain an understanding of policing and walk away with an understanding of what may have caused the misunderstanding in the first place. While there are 3 people in the room, only 2 people are working it out and talking it out. The mediator is only there just so that everyone follows the rules. Now, a successful mediation occurs when the citizen and the officer agree that the issues raised by the incident have been resolved. I can't describe what it is like to witness the end of a successful mediation. 2 people can walk in feeling one way, but after talking and working it out, sometimes will walk away together. And, I recall one incident where there was an older citizen and a younger officer. After talking, those 2 actually became friends. Another benefit to mediation is a quicker resolution to a complaint, which brings about greater satisfaction because no one wants these things to take too long. There's also an opportunity to be on equal footing with an officer to discuss an issue. Granted, not every complaint can be mediated, such as excessive force, false arrest, discrimination, etc. Those complaints must be investigated. But when there is a misunderstanding, mediation is available and can be a powerful tool. Slide 19, please. ACRB mediation process. The process works just like this. A complaint comes in. Next, it is evaluated. It is determined to qualify for mediation, and it is offered to citizen and officer. Both must agree to mediation. A mutual date is established. A professional mediator is hired. The mediation is held. It is deemed to be successful. Complaint closed. If the mediation is not successful, the complaint is referred back to investigation. Slide 20, community engagement. Community engagement. Well, this is the lifeline of everything ACRB does because it involves you. But you can't really have engagement without awareness. And this is a sensitive subject for us because we've been around 11 years. And although outreach was not the focus of the board in the beginning, in 2011, the board realized the importance of developing a plan to engage citizens. Therefore, the board and staff came together and completed a draft of the agency's first community outreach plan. In 2014, under the current director, an outreach person was hired and community outreach took off. Since then, the agency has developed brochures, pamphlets, attended community meetings, conducted surveys, engaged in coalition building, conducted outreach campaigns, and Know Your Rights training. We've also recruited volunteers, developed youth learning materials, including a superhero known to the kids as Captain Integrity. They really like him a lot. We celebrate the King holiday and participate annually in the March. We develop quizzes, produce seasonal newsletters, engage the media to expand our reach, lend our voice on talk radio shows, ran ads on modern trains and buses, and currently we have a network ad campaign on the air. Also, as Mr. Reed indicated earlier, the board wasn't expanded to include more community groups. Also, we held a focus group on BWCs, resulting in a report on BWCs. Since 2015, staff and volunteers have consistently engaged in well over 100 events every year since. Our prize activity has been the art and essay contest. We were in the middle of the 2020 art and essay contest when we had to suddenly suspend the contest due to COVID-19. However, we have hopes of resuming the contest when City Hall reopens. I'm also excited to tell you that we have greatly enhanced our social media platforms, and we have a robust chat line. Last year, the city also provided the ACRB with 2 vehicles, and these vehicles are brightly covered with the ACRB logo, telephone number, and website, positioning our agency with increased visibility. Now, if you haven't seen the mobile units in your neighborhood, don't worry, you will. So you see, we've been very busy, and we have plans to become even busier. Why, you ask probably, are there so many activities? Why is all of that necessary? Because there's still a few of you who haven't heard of us. I say to everyone listening today, the more you are aware of ACRB and the services that we provide, the more empowerment you, yes, you, will have. Because our services through mediation provides you an avenue to get police to listen. And we offer very thorough investigations, citizens' involvement in decisions, corrective action, discipline, and data on citizen complaints against police and supporting staff. And we very often bring to your neighborhoods, libraries, community centers, various educational workshops to educate citizens and officers about the importance of appropriate community police relationships. We have a small staff, and yes, our resources are limited, but we're a pretty determined group of people. We get calls on a regular basis in this state and from around the country. You know, instead of going to the National Oversight Authority, they call Atlanta asking what they can do to start a review board. Now, that's a national organization question, but they call us instead. If they already have a board, then they ask questions about our ideas and programs. They call from New York, yes, New York, the communication capital of the world. They call from New York to Nashville and all in between. And yes, people are calling ACRB for advice on how to start boards in that area. But the people most important to us are the citizens of Atlanta, and we are determined to make all citizens aware that we are here. We do exist, and we exist to serve and empower you. So, I mean no disrespect, but Killer Mike, you got it wrong. The city of Atlanta does have an independent citizen board investigating police misconduct, and it is called the Atlanta Citizens Review Board, ACRB. And we are one of the leading oversight agencies in the country, investigating, mediating, educating. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it back over to the Executive Director, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Ms. Smith and Ms. Robertson. We can go to slide 21. And then actually slide 22. I want to speak briefly as we're closing out here about the effects of COVID pandemic and what it's had on our department. Like nearly all of the country, ACRB was not immune to the effects of COVID. We experienced lower than usual complaints. We're down 42%. The wonderful work that Ms. Smith was talking about, her and her team have been doing, has been halted. But as she mentioned, we were able to ramp up our social media presence. We haven't had a board meeting since February 2020. So we have a backlog of completed investigations awaiting the board's review and determination. Our hope for the future, though, in terms of program changes, center around creating a joint mediation program with the ACRB, and this is on slide 22. A joint mediation program with the APD that would have more of their complaints that's similar to ours coming through this mediation program, because it's about building that relationship. We also like to stop the revolving door of commanders in internal affairs, so that we can have some consistency there. Because each time a new commander comes in, we have to reestablish our relationships and try to start back over again. We also like to see duplicate investigations come to a halt. And we'd like to see the strict adherence to a 30-day response time by the chief. And most importantly, we believe that passing the proposed legislation to address issues that have slowed us down and slow our effectiveness down would be passed soon, so that we can give the citizens more what they want and need. So my last comment I want to leave you with is this. We here in Atlanta have the opportunity right now to show the nation how to improve and maintain relationships between citizens and officers. We have the pieces to do it. I believe this. I firmly believe this. We can do it. We will do it. With some coordinated effort and hard work, it can be done. I want to thank the board and my amazing staff for the hard work that they've been doing. Without them, none of this would be possible. So I appreciate their work. If we can go to slide 23, I want to close out with questions and comments, but I want to thank you, Councilmember Shepard, Committee Chair Shepard, and committee members. And I'm hopeful that we have shed some light on who we are and what we do. It's been our pleasure. Currently, if you have any questions, we're eager to continue talking about the ACRB. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. If any of my colleagues have questions, please press your speaker button. I want to say that I absolutely have gotten to know you a lot within the last several weeks. One of the things we did in terms of our budget this past weekend was to increase your budget by $427,000. Augment some of the things that you've been talking about. We realize the importance of this board and what you do. One of the things we realize when you and I talk is that you are not well enough known across the city. We've got to get you all out there for citizens to know that they have a venue to come to, that they can have complaints against the police department. So we've got to market you better. You've asked for a series of different things that we as a council supported. So as you gave us your presentation, I can see that the staff probably will increase. We also want you to know that we're aware of where you are at City Hall and that we have to move you out or find a place for you that's much more conducive to your needs. And so just want to know that we appreciate everything you do. And that this is just the beginning, I would say also, because I do believe that you all kind of been off the beaten path and have not been at the front force like you should be. So now on a quarterly basis, you'll be coming back to us every quarter to give us presentations of what's going on with your organization, the number of calls for services, whatever is going on in terms of everything you do. And you continue to have dialogue with us in terms of what your needs are, what's good and what's not. So again, thank you for what you all do. So I see you, Mr. Bond. So Mr. Bond, please, good luck.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Reed, Madam Chairperson, and all the members of the staff who participated in the presentation. Thank you for an excellent presentation, and thank you for the work that you have done, Mr. Reed, since coming on to the reconstituted Citizen Board. People forget that we had one up until, I guess it was 2001 and 2000. And somehow it went defunct and wasn't reconstituted until after the tragic death of Katherine Johnson. But I do want to kind of echo what our Chairwoman Shepard said. We've, not just the Citizen Review Board, but the City of Atlanta has got to do a better job of educating our citizens upon what are the progressive institutions that we have here that are timely, but yet unknown, that for us to invest or create. And so I was glad to have been a part of the amendment to help to put the additional funding in for the Citizen Review Board. And I want to continue to support you. Mr. Reed, you served in Minneapolis some years ago, but can you tell us what are the significant differences or what you might recommend for Atlanta that may either go beyond or excels what they may have in Minneapolis? Because what I've seen in recent media is that people are very critical of those institutions there, and you've done such a great job here. Can you let us know what are some of the differences here that may not exist in some other states?
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Thank you, Chair Shepard. When I came here in 2012, I was pleased to come back to Atlanta and walk into a situation that with the police department and with a staff, including Ms. Smith and Ms. Robertson, to be able to see the hope and what could happen here in Atlanta. When you look at the two departments, the Atlanta Police Department and the Minneapolis Police Department, when I arrived, I saw two totally different police departments. Minneapolis Police Department had really serious issues that went back many, many years and continued from the time I left and still continued. The force was really bad. The culture of the department was really bad. The union controlled the department. The elected officials were not actively engaged to make things better. The civilian oversight, while we worked very hard, it was difficult in that we were not able to fully be independent to do the work that would give the citizens what they needed. The state laws there were more restrictive on the information that we could provide to the public. There were a host of issues and challenges. So when I came here, I surveyed the land, saw what we had, what could be done, and that's why I don't have a problem saying that we are in the position that if anybody can lead the way to improve citizen-officer relationships, we can do it here in Atlanta. We have the citizens who are engaged. We have the elected officials who want to make a difference. You have a citizen board that has the appropriate independence to be able to do the job and be able to do the work. We have employees who are dedicated and passionate about the work. And you have a police department, while it may have its challenges, I believe that it's moving in the right direction from when I came to where we have been going. Things are moving. That's difficult in an environment today to be able to recognize it, but I remain hopeful, and we at the ACRB going to do our hard work to make sure, and we're going to continue to press that how we need to make sure that citizens are receiving what they want, because I do want us to be that candle to show everyone else, that light to show everyone else how it's supposed to be done.
A candle in the dark, so to speak.
Yes, sir. The candle in the dark.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Reed, and I'm going to give back my time, Madam Chair. But I will say that at some point, we as the council need to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta to make sure that the Atlanta Citizens Review Board is a charter-empowered institution that is not subject to be dissolved with the changing of an administration, because that's what happened from the Campbell to the Franklin administration. The Citizen Review Board was paid. And so I guess within our next cycle, I'm going to ask the staff draft such legislation and invite members on the council to do that so that we can make sure that the make it even more permanent and progressive than what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bond. That is a very forward, progressive step as it goes with civilian oversight. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Ms. Boone, I believe you're next.
Yes, I first just would like to thank Mr. Reed, Chairwoman Torrance, and all of this great team for working with limited resources, working on behalf of Anna. And Ms. Shepard, Chairperson Shepard, thank you so much for putting forth this paper so that this body will have the necessary resources and we can win for the people of Atlanta. Thank you all so much. And it is appreciated. Your dedication to this work is appreciated. We hope we get you some better space and everything you all need. Again, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, I do want you to stay around. We have a couple of papers up on our regular agenda, a paper that actually talks about another portion of the ACRB. So if we have questions, please remain so that if there's any questions that come up, you can answer those questions. But thank you for your work, for all y'all, all your staff for what they do. We appreciate you, and we look forward to supporting y'all more and more and more. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will be on the line.
Oh, thank you. All right, we will now move on to the next part of our agenda. We'll take up the consent agenda and claims of favorable and unfavorable recommendations. Our first one, we will ask that is there a motion to accept a favorable claims, items 1 through 6? Is there a motion?
Smith.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Smith, second by Bond. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
One moment, Madam Chair. The vote is open. Ms. Winslow, Madam Chair.
Yes,
In favor?
Oh, yes, thank you.
I'm sorry. In favor.
Thank you.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are favorable. I'm sorry, 6 nays, 0 nays. Those items are favorable.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there was just someone else to add on. Okay, 6 then. Okay, so the motion carries. Okay, thank you. We're now at claims of unfavorable recommendations, and those are items 7 through 36. Is there a motion? Ms. Winslow.
Smith.
Ms. Winslow?
Yes.
You're a second. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, second. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you.
We're ready for the vote.
One moment, Madam Chair. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. Those items have been adjourned.
The motion carries. Thank you. We're now at items for a regular agenda up under 8. Item number 1. Ms. Lindo, could you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-0, 1434, this is an ordinance by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or designee to accept a grant from the state of Georgia, sub-grant funded from the federal fiscal year 2019 State Homeland Security Grant Program for the purpose of building and enhancing the community's capabilities in Homeland Security on behalf of the Department of Fire and Rescue, and to amend the 2020 Intergovernmental Grant Fund Department of Fire budget by adding two anticipations and appropriations, the amount of $64,105.00 and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion?
Move approval, Smith.
Second, Boone. Okay, there's a motion and a second. We're ready for the vote. Ms. Lindo. Ms. Winslow,
Yes.
how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The vote's closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right, that motion passed. We're now item number 2. Could you read that, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1445. This is an ordinance by council members Andrea Dickens, Joyce M. Shepherd, Marcy Collio Overstreet, Antonio Brown, Matt Westmoreland, Jennifer N. Ide, Amir Faroki, and Andrea O'Boone to amend the Atlanta City Code, Part 2, Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 16, Boards, Councils, Commissions, and Authorities, Division 11, Citizen Review Board, to increase membership and expand the authority of the Atlanta Citizens Review Board and for other purposes. And Madam Chair, we do have a substitute which made some minor corrections, and it adds one additional provision.
Motion to bring the substitute forward.
Second by Councilmember Shepherd. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open.
In favor, Madam. In favor.
Mm-hmm. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is on the floor.
Move to approve the substitute. Smith.
Okay. We also have someone to speak on this. I mean, we can go ahead. Mr. Bond, you want to speak now or you want to wait?
Yeah, I'd just like to add my name. I didn't hear my name, but I thought I had signed that. But I'd like to have my...
Okay. Is there a second? And then we'll come back and add your name.
Second to amend.
Okay. All right. So we'd like to add Mr. Bond's name.
Go ahead and add my name to it also, since we're doing it. Smith also.
And Winslow.
We'll just put everyone on there.
Ms. Lindo, did you get that?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Winslow, Smith, and Mr. Bond.
Move to amend.
One
Motion
moment.
to amend. Is there a second?
Winslow, second.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Winslow, second. Go ahead.
Okay. Winslow, second.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item's been amended.
Okay, now I'll make a motion to approve on substitute as amended. Smith.
Winslow, second. Winslow, second.
Thank you. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. The item is favorable on substitute as amended.
All right. We are now at item number 3. Ms. Lindo, could you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1449. This is an ordinance by council members Antonia Brown, Jennifer and I, Netland Archibald, Matt Westmoreland, Andrea Dickens, Amir Faroki, and Michael Julian Bond to amend the Atlanta Police Department Standard Operating Procedures 3010, use of force to incorporate procedural changes regarding alternatives to the use of force and for other purposes. And Madam Chair, we do have a substitute.
Please, motion
to bring the substitute forward.
Go ahead. Second by Shepherd. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo? Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
The vote is open. Please vote.
Who has not voted? Ms. Winslow said that she's in favor.
I think we're missing Mr. Bond. Chair?
No, I voted. I voted.
The vote is closed. 6 yes, 0 nays. Madam Chair, that item is substituted, and the caption has changed substantially. So if I may read that again, read the new caption.
Yes, and also at some point, I want to add my name also to this particular item.
Let's go ahead and amend to add your name, my name, who else wants to be on it. Y'all, this is, just so everyone knows, this is the 8 cannot wait legislation.
Boone.
Yes.
Boone.
Boone. Okay.
Winslow.
Okay, Madam Chair, can we open motion to amend?
Motion to amend, Smith.
Second by Winslow.
And I have a... Okay, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Smith. We'll wait till we finish with the motion. I want to make a comment.
Chairwoman Shepherd, did you all add the name of Boone?
Yes, Councilmember Boone.
Okay, thank you.
Please vote. Everyone, please vote. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been amended. Madam Chair, if I may read the updated caption.
Okay, then I have a comment and a question. Go ahead.
This is ordinance as substituted and amended by Councilmembers Antonia Brown, Jennifer and Ide, Madeline Archibald, Matt Westmoreland, Andre Dickens, and Mayor Hiroki, Michael Julian Bond, Councilman CARLA Smith, Joyce Shepherd, Andrea Boone, and requesting that the Atlanta Police Department pursue amendments to the Atlanta Police Department standard operating procedure related to the use of force to incorporate certain principles regarding alternative use of force and for other purposes.
Slow down. Y'all got to remember that the public is here. If you read too fast, people can't understand what you're saying. Okay? All right. So I think, do people get that? Just remember to slow down a little bit, Ms. Lindo. Okay. Okay. So thank you. Now, this legislation, we've also been joined by Mr. Brown. Councilmember Brown is on this. I think this is one of his legislations, and I don't know if you want to speak to it, but I just wanted to make sure I ask a couple of questions, Mr. Brown, and then I'll come back to you. This 8 can't wait. It really talks about a lot of things that I just want to be clear, because I categorically supported banning chokeholds and strangleholds, requiring de-escalation strategy, requiring warnings before shooting, exhausting all alternatives before shooting, duties to intervene from other officers, banning shootings at moving vehicles, requiring use of force, continuum, and requiring comprehensive reporting involving use of force against civilians. And I know we have Chief Bryant here with us on standby, and I just want to make sure, Chief Bryant, are we as a city doing any of these things now, or are we all in concurrence and support of this 8 can't wait? Chief Bryant, I believe you're on the phone.
Yes, ma'am, I am, and thank you so much.
Can you speak to this, please?
Yeah, so right now the police department does almost, this is what we do. it's in line with our policies and procedures currently, as well as the mayor's executive order. So there's no significant issues as it relates to that at all.
Okay, thank you. We now have Councilmember Brown. I'll recognize you, and then we'll come back to Mr. Faruqi. Councilmember Brown, are you on the call?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, you're up.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to colleagues on the Public Safety Committee. Thank you for allowing me to join the call. This paper, to codify a lot of what is being worked through within our local police departments to ensure that we bring Atlanta up to speed on the global best practices and the humane treatment of its residents. I think that in addition to just on the basis of that, we're also looking to decrease the city's legal exposure to the use of excessive force litigations, as well as support the expansion of great work already been done by APD and amending their SOPs. When we originally started to compile this ordinance, some of these measures had already been implemented, but some of them had not been. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to put forth a paper that could reflect what the community was asking for in partnership with our local APD. So, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I ask for the support of our colleagues on public safety, and thank you for everyone that has signed on to the paper. And I do also want to say that Councilmember Smith is proposing an amendment to this legislation.
Let me call you back because I'm still in public safety meeting.
Ms. Winslow, you're not muted. Please mute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Antonio, it's the next paper, not this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. So disregard that last comment. Thank you, Councilmember Winslow, for interrupting that. But Madam Chair, you're fine.
I apologize.
You are fine. I needed it because I was going to say the wrong thing anyway. So thank you.
Okay.
But Madam Chair, that concludes my comments. Thank you so much for your support and for the support of this body.
Thank you. Mr. Faruqi.
Thank you, Chairwoman Shepard. I just wanted to go through the 8 can't wait items, and if Chief Bryant's still available, just to ask him a few questions. It's my understanding that previous to incidents in the last month or so, of the 8 can't wait items, we had already banned chokeholds and strangleholds, and we had already instituted a use of force continuum. So my first question is that correct?
That is correct, sir. That is correct.
And then in the last week to 2 weeks, Mayor Bottoms, with her executive orders, I think they were last week, everything's a bit of a blur right now, I think addressed 3 more of the 8 can't wait, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, one was requiring de-escalation, the other was requires a warning before shooting, and maybe there's a duty to intervene that was now required?
It was the duty to intervene, correct.
Okay. So the other 2 that it's not clear to me that we have yet embraced or implemented, I want to make sure jives with your sense of where things are, were 1, a requirement to exhaust all alternatives before shooting, and 2, require comprehensive reporting. So for either of those, can you explain what's in place now, or if nothing is in place, what the future looks like?
Absolutely. So, Councilmember, both of those are actually implemented throughout our training, where we require comprehensive writing on all our reports, as well as going through a continuum of use of force.
Okay. One of the requirements, one of the 8 can't wait is requires that officers exhaust all alternatives before shooting. Can you explain what's in place now, if you think it's fully sufficient, and if not, kind of what steps we could take in the future if this passes?
Absolutely. So as we go through our training, and I welcome you to come out and take a look at it, officers go through a training and go through different phases of what level of force they will use, minimizing utilizing the level of force only effective to make that arrest. And then it progressively has to go up from there to make sure that they either can stop any threat or make an arrest.
Mr. Kuroki, did that answer your question?
I'm sorry, I put myself on mute. It did, but I do want to add an extra comment. I think one of the anxieties and the sense of urgency we're all feeling both on council and in the city was that even though there are alternatives to approach in your toolbox, in the officer's toolbox, before using his or her firearm, we have incidents like the one a week or so ago that results in the death of Mr. Brooks. And so I think one of the things we hope to effectuate by passing this legislation is, I think, a deeper analysis of whether, and this requires more than just legislation, it's going to require a lot of hard work, but that the training approaches both de-escalation and use of whatever level of force is appropriate in a more rigorous way, or that it in practice is applied in a more, I think, thoughtful and humane way, right? And I wish I had the ability to pull up video, but I don't. But there's some really terrific examples of situations, both in the U.S. and abroad, that could have resulted in an officer pulling a firearm, but the officer didn't, or officers collectively managed a situation where someone was armed with a knife or a machete or whatever it may be. And so I think what we're all seeking here, regardless of where folks are on the defund police argument, whatever that, however you may define that, is seeing our officers use lethal force as infrequently as possible. And I know that's probably where y'all are too, but in practice, it hasn't always played out how maybe we wish it to be. And so I know it's a very difficult decision to make in a situation in which adrenaline is flowing and people are reacting in the moment, and that's why training really matters. And I've never stood in those shoes, and so I can't imagine how hard it is to do and to make that decision. But I would hope that as we pass this, we don't just say, hey, we do these things, we're good, but we really have some deep examination of whether we're doing them well enough and whether the outcomes we want to see are what we want to see in our city. So I'll just leave it at that. I appreciate you being available to talk about these 8, and I think all of council and I'm sure the city looks forward to working with APD on them. So thank you, Interim Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So are we ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo? I believe we're ready for the vote. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll make a motion, Smith, to move to approve on substitute as amended.
Second.
Winslow. Oh. There's a motion and a second by Bond, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So we're ready for the vote. And Ms. Winslow, I'm in favor.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. Item is favorable on substitute as amended.
All right. That motion carries. We'll now move to item number 4. Ms. Lindo, can you sound that legislation, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1450. This is an ordinance by Council Members Antonia Brown, Andre Dickens, and Michael Julian Bond prohibiting the Atlanta Police Department from using military-style vehicles and ban the use of rubber bullets and stun grenades to disperse protesters and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we do have a substitute.
This is Smith. I'll make a motion to bring the substitute forward.
We will accept that, Ms. Smith. Is there a second? I'll second. We're ready for the vote.
The vote's open.
Winslow in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. Thank you, Ms. Winslow.
votes closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been substituted. Madam Chair, if I may read the caption, which has changed.
Okay.
Okay. This is an ordinance that's substituted by the Public Safety and Legal Administration, requesting that the Atlanta Police Department pursue the cessation of the use of military-style vehicles and the use of rubber bullets and stun grenades to disperse demonstrators and for other purposes.
Repeat that one more time. And where did this come from?
Legal revised the language, and it now reads.
Chairperson Shepard, have heard from Chief Rodney Bryant. We'd like to hear him.
Yeah, I do want to hear from him. I have him on standby to talk about this, but I just want to make sure I heard what the substitute was being brought forth, and then we'll hear from him. I promise you. Mr. Bryant is here to talk about any of these particular issues. All right? All right. So can we go through the substitute again?
Yes, Madam Chair. The substitute revises the language. Instead of specifically prohibiting, it's saying it's requesting that the department pursue. And the language reads as follows: requesting that the Atlanta Police Department pursue the cessation of the use of military-style vehicles and the use of rubber bullets and stun grenades to disperse demonstrators and for other purposes.
Okay. So at some point, I want somebody to define what that means for me. It's illegal here to actually talk about that. And then I promise we're going to come back to Mr. Bryant.
And Madam Chair, this is Smith. I have my speaker button on. I have an amendment. And then I figure some of us want to add our names just like we've been doing all day. So let me know when I can talk.
Okay, I will. And Ms. Boone, can you press the speaker button also? Because she did press her button before you asked. So please press your speaker button if you can. Is anybody from law to define what was just said? Anybody from law department?
Just a moment, Madam Chair. We're making sure they're unmuted. I know there are a few members on the line.
This is Susan Garrett from the Law Department, but it's Amber Robinson is also on the line, and I believe she's prepared to address this.
Thank you. I'm waiting for Ms. Roberts. All right, while we're waiting, why don't we talk to Mr. Bryant? So we're waiting on Ms. Roberts. Chief Bryant, just want you to speak on this piece of legislation and your position on this.
Yes, ma'am. If we would really like for you all to hold that paper so we can actually do more work and study on that. We at this present time we don't utilize stun grenades on crowds. And that equipment is actually very necessary in us being able to carry out our duties as it relates to very volatile situations. So that we can work more collaboratively and define it and explain it to you more thoroughly, I would ask that you all hold that.
Okay. I'm going to go on to Ms. Smith. Since we haven't heard from Ms. Roberts yet, is Ms. Amber Roberts on the line?
Okay, thank you. This is Councilmember Smith, and I thought I would, since I'm going to bring forward an amendment that I'd like to go ahead and add my name. Is there anyone else that wants to add their name first so we can do the housekeeping on it first? So I'll make a motion to amend to add names. Smith.
Winslow.
Ms. Lindo. Did you get that?
Yes, I do. Smith and Winslow.
Okay. Do we need to vote on it, or can it be by acclamation?
I really would like us to wait until we hear from the law department. I can't say yea or nay to that, Ms. Smith, until I hear from the law department.
Okay. Well, then, do you want me to go ahead and read my other amendment so that then we'll be ready?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping you would do.
Okay. You've got an email, and also I talked to Councilmember Brown about this earlier, and he is okay with this. So this is a committee amendment form to amend Ordinance 20-0-1450. The legislation will be amended to add a new Section 4, which follows. Section 4, that the use of long-range acoustic devices, parentheses, LRAD, end parentheses, is prohibited in residential zoned communities. And I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve that amendment. And I can explain it if you would like.
Thank you, I would.
Okay, there are these machines that are on some of the military-style vehicles that it emits a sound. It's a noise-making machine that emits a sound, and it's to break up the protesters, demonstrators, and it makes you uncomfortable. But I've heard from several of my residents that it can also do ear damage. So I'm adding this amendment so that they won't use them in residential neighborhoods, because the people that live in the homes would be affected by it also, and there are young children in some of the homes that are close to the residential areas. So that's why I'm asking for this amendment to be put on there. It's called an LRAD, and it's a kind of a noise maker is what I'm calling it. It's a big old speaker. So.
Second, Baroki.
I'm sorry. Mr. Baroki, did you say something?
Yes, I made a second to Ms. Smith's motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, there's a motion second to amend for that. Did someone want to speak to that? I heard another voice.
It was Mr. Baroki. I was just going to add, to Councilmember Smith's articulation on this applying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was going to make a comment. This would apply to residential neighborhoods, which I would just want to remind council includes, frankly, our urban core. It includes Midtown, it includes downtown, it includes Buckhead. There's plenty of residents who live in that footprint, and I would hope this would apply to them as well. So thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair, are we voting, or are we still waiting on the law department?
Still waiting on the law department.
I'm on the line.
Oh,
hello?
Amber, is that
yes.
you?
Yes, it
okay.
is, Council Member. I am so sorry. I am here and available to answer any questions.
Could you very clearly define what this change in terms of this legislation is saying, the language change?
Yes. So in the substitute?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So in the substitute takes care of any allegations that the original legislation may have crossed over and violated any sort of separation of powers about the executive branch versus the legislative branch, and so this clears up any hint that might have been alleged.
Example.
So it doesn't open up the actual SOPs of the police department, which are the purview of the chief of police, pursuant to Chapter 98 of the code. Rather than it actually sets forth the council's the council's desire that APD make these implementations.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Chief Bryant, do you have comments?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I think we need to be clear as it relates to how we're using this equipment. It is clearly vital in our operations when we have very volatile situations, as we've seen in the past. If we aren't able to utilize this equipment, and we only use them in the most extreme situations as necessary, and I think that if we could inform you more thoroughly and give you better understanding how this equipment is effective as it relates to us conducting ourselves and how we operate in the most extreme circumstances, it'll be beneficial to you all. But to limit what we do will put us in a very critical space in how we're able to resolve situations. We, even when it comes to the ARAD, we only use it in the most extreme circumstances when we are having to deal with incidences. And as I stated earlier, that the grenades, we do not use grenades on protesters at all. We don't. That's not when we use concussion grenades. So I implore you to either hold it or allow us to give you more information before you make this decision as it relates to this equipment.
Okay, so I think I have a couple more people in line to speak, but I'm also put myself in front right now. Mr. Faruqi, do you want to speak again?
Yes, Madam Chair. I do have a question for Interim Chief.
Okay, and then also I think Mr. Brown may be in line to speak. He wants to speak too. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right. So let me speak, and then I'll come back to you all. So, I'm sorry, who was that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have a question for Interim Chief.
Okay, and then also I think Mr. Brown, I just heard, I have Mr. Faruqi and Mr. Brown in line to speak. Okay? Anybody else, please press the speaker button, okay? But I do have Mr. Amir Faruqi and Antonio Brown, but I'm going to speak for a moment right now. All right? So I have a couple of questions because I have concerns. So I've been out, and Chief Bryant, you know, we've been on the streets now for the last 2 or 3 days a week. I can't keep up with how many times I've talked to you in terms of what's happening on University Avenue. And as we speak on University Avenue right now, I have been out there with the protesters, and we have different factions of protesters. We have protesters who say we're peaceful protesters, and they interact and don't cause problems. But I also have a whole other section of protesters who say forget the peaceful protesting, and basically they're doing what they want to do. In the last several days, I have seen guns out there, walking the streets, that are protesters. There was a shootout in the Wendy's since Mr. Brooks' death. It was among supposedly some internal protesters doing things. My residents are calling me and saying that they drive down the street, and I'm talking about black and white residents, are saying, my God, what is happening? People have got guns, they're scared. The issue when I talk to Mr. Bryant and all the police departments about it is if they go in to even try to address it, then it's going to be perceived as the police are coming in, and then that's going to cause another complete uproar. Now, what my community residents, a lot of them are saying, are if we don't have the police, who do we have? And my concern is if we take these tools away from them, what other tools, and I want Mr. Bryant to ask that, Chief Bryant to answer that, what other tools do you have other than these tools as you go into a situation where there's protests? And believe me, I saw a lot in the last week. It's different from the protests than I used to see. I've seen guns. I mean, I was out there today with a young man that said that he was out there with his guns to actually get rid of the protesters who were doing the wrong thing with guns. So they was in a show-off with guns out in front of Wendy's on University Avenue. So you got all these different factions that are doing things, and then you got factions of folks who are protesters, not protesters, and then there's Klan. People tell me in the community that these are Ku Klux Klan is in the mix of them, and that's what the shootout was about, was between the Klan and all of this. In the meantime, the people in Peopletown, Pittsburgh, and High Point are saying our community is being taken over. I got an email this morning from someone who lives right in the city in the community who's saying, they asked me, why is it that when protests happen in other parts of the cities, they bring in all these people, the National Guard and people to stop them, but they have literally taken over the streets on University Avenue where they're sitting in the streets and they determine who goes in and out. And when the police get involved with it, it's a whole thing. So the police have been trying to de-escalate and not be aggressive. But are we going to now just take everything from them? Because the reality is that as we're talking about this, crime is still happening in my community. Crime is happening right now. I got calls to service, and we don't have enough police officers. And so, and people in my community are saying, well, council, they call me and say, oh, we're going to look, how many police officers have we lost, Councilmember Shepherd? Is everybody going to quit? They're scared. So as we talk about these decisions we're making in terms of de-escalation and pulling back, Chief Bryant, tell me, what would you do if we didn't have these tools? What is the last tool that's left? Is the gun the last tool that's left? And is that what we want?
And clearly we don't want that. This equipment is clearly generally used in a matter of us to be able to effectively resolve a situation in a very defensive manner and not offensive manner. If we lose this equipment, it would put us in a very, very dangerous place. And again, we utilize this equipment to protect not just the officers themselves, but as well as the citizens. In situations where we're having volatile acts against officers and citizens, we can use this equipment. As you see what happened when we took police cars into an area, they destroyed those cars. And we use this equipment that is designed just for that, to go into volatile areas and withstand it. And we have to use this equipment when we have people who are just resistant to that level of conversation and allowing the community and the police to work together to make a peaceful resolution. You're absolutely right, Council Member. There are people who are just dead set on not giving in and having those conversations of negotiation. And if we lose this equipment, we would be in a very, very vulnerable position in trying to resolve volatile situations such as that.
And I know we want to make a statement in terms of the escalation, but we also, reality is what I saw in the last week or so is really getting to be a point where if we let, they'll take over our nation. There are certain groups of factions of people, and there's different factions out there, and they're doing stuff. And so now, over there on University, the police are standing back. So that's a message to them that says, oh, hell, we got this. And so they just coming in. When I pulled in this morning to Wendy's this morning, they asked me who I was. They had to gate it off and asked me. I'm like, well, who are y'all to get it gated off? The Wendy's security law, they're questioning me. And I thought I had to let them know I'm a council member. So this guy says to me, well, I came in last night because of the other folks with the guns. And I came in with a gun. And I came in because the other folks was a whole different group. And we peaceful folks with guns. They said they were peaceful folks with guns. They had to run off the people who were unpeaceful with guns. My goodness. I'm telling you, I got a situation. I've been on the phone all day trying to figure out what we're going to do with that whole area over there. So I'm just saying, as we're having these discussions, the people in Peopletown, leaders in Peopletown, Pittsburgh, and other parts of the neighborhood, and some folks that they're talking to people, I'm talking to people too. So maybe we're listening to two different conversations, but I'm telling you, people are getting scared, and they are really concerned, even to the point this woman called me and said, why don't we have the National Guards out there like they did in Buckhead and downtown? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to bring the National Guard out. That's not a good message either. I don't want to do that. But I don't want to also come to a point in our police department that what tools do we have? Because I've been on the phone with Chief Ryan all day long. Have I not, Chief Ryan?
Yes, ma'am, you have.
Talking about what we're going to do in my area over there. So I'm just saying to you all, as we're making these decisions, I got to look at it from a holistic perspective of all of my citizens, not just a group of people who screamed and hollered, but all of my citizens and what all my citizens are saying to me. And I know some of my citizens are saying what these other folks are saying, but I got a whole other group of people who are saying something different to me. So when I'm making decisions, it's not just based on me, Joyce Shepherd. I'm listening to everybody in my community and trying to make a decision that's right for my citizens and the city of Atlanta. So I just want y'all to know that. Mr. Faruqi, we had a question.
Thank you, Chairman Shepherd. I think, as we have this conversation, I oftentimes find us all pointed in the same direction, but we find ourselves sometimes talking across the same rope we're pulling on. And so we sometimes sense that I get the feeling that we're creating a divide where in reality we're all kind of still pointing in the same direction. And so I think one thing that my sense is this conversation is in part focused on is how do we create a public safety framework in which the decision to take someone's life or use lethal force, you may not take someone's life if you use lethal force, could result in that, but that it is the absolute last resort, both in training and in practice. And so the tools that the department has, the more non-lethal tools you have, the better. And these are non-lethal tools we're talking about, or they should be non-lethal tools. But then it becomes the question of, okay, you have these tools, but when it comes to training and use and the discretion of their use, how do we feel confident that they'll be used in a appropriate way? And so without getting into protocol, I mean, look, the police department, y'all are experts and you spend your lives working on this. And so the policies and procedures are rightfully developed therein. But I think the question I have is, when it comes to whether it's rubber bullets or the LRAD, can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned them being used in extreme circumstances. What is an extreme circumstance in APD's playbook? When do you feel these are appropriate to deploy? And I think that would help us get our arms around this a little bit.
So, good question, Councilmember. One of the things you clearly, if you all notice in these protests, what we were faced with was individuals inside the peaceful protesters that became very volatile, throwing bricks, bottles, and knives at the police officers. So for us to be able to actually effectively disband groups of that nature without using any lethal force, you have to go to items of non-lethal, which have been very effective in us being able to resolve and get crowds dispersed and be able to separate the violent offenders and bad actors away from the good actors. If we don't have this type of equipment, at this point we don't have any resolution, because talking to them just doesn't work. And if you take non-lethal away from us, the only other alternative is either talking or lethal weapons. And clearly, no one wants to go to that level of extreme or continue to let the bad act carry itself out. So it's very beneficial for us to use it when we are having situations such as that, because those acts are aggressive in nature and can be very dangerous to not just the police officers, but the peaceful protesters that are a part of the type of demonstration.
And can you talk a little bit about the department's decision on what non-lethal tools to even procure, right? Because I presume that, every year, a couple of years, there's a new tool that the department considers, do we need this? Do we want this? Does it fit with how we want to think about policing? I'm sure 10 years ago, there wasn't an LRAD, or even the technology around rubber bullets has changed. So I'm curious, within the department, how often do y'all kind of look at the landscape of what's available, evaluate whether maybe there's a different type of non-lethal force that's better for the things we face in the city, and just maybe talk about how you approach filling the toolbox that the officers have.
So that is a continuous evaluation, Councilmember, where we're always looking at a better alternative to a peaceful resolution, whatever that equipment may be. There's no time frame that we stop or start. Again, it's very continuous. as technology and items improve, we immediately take a level of evaluating it by looking at other departments and evaluating and testing it ourselves to see how effective it will be. And when we deem that it's a better tool in our toolbox, we then incorporate it in our practice.
And my last question is just, and you may not know the answer to this because it may not be directly under your purview. I'm sure there's folks within APD who think about this and look around the country or the world all the time. But are there any other tools, technologies, approaches that you have seen that you think APD may want to procure or deploy in place of either rubber bullets or the LRAD?
Right now, I think that's the most common tool. I'm not familiar with anything other departments are using at this point. Again, you're right, I would have to defer to our tactical teams that really evaluate things of that nature and then come back and advise you on it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karuki. Ms. Boone.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's obvious that the chief of police is very uncomfortable with this piece of legislation. I would like to see if we could schedule something so that we can spend some time going through all of the equipment and what it does. So I really think we should hold this piece of legislation.
So is that a motion to hold?
Can I speak, Chairwoman Shepard? Because I thought I was going next after Amir Faroqi. I thought I was going next.
I'm so sorry. You're right. I apologize. Ms. Boone, I'm going to have to come back to you. And then I'll come to you.
Okay, I would like for members of the public to know exactly what we're talking about because I'm not clear myself. So I think it would be beneficial to take some time to go over the equipment, what it's used for, and what the dangers are, and because, of course, we don't want to see anyone hurt. So I really think we should hold this piece of legislation.
Okay. I'll come back and ask you.
Chairwoman Shepard, you might as well just let her finish.
Now, Mr. Brown, I promise you, I'm going to finish this, and I'm coming straight to you. So, Ms. Boone, hold that thought. Let me go to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, I apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't see your name in front of the screen, and that's why I forgot you. It was not intentional, so I apologize for that, but now I will come to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Bryant, before I go any further, I was just notified that there's a young man that has been shot and killed at 377 Westchester Boulevard. If you can get a unit out there, he's been on the ground. There's no police that have come he's dead already, and he's on the ground, and the residents have put a sheet over him, and the police still haven't arrived. And it's a really unfortunate situation. So if you can get a unit over there immediately, I would graciously appreciate that before we even go any further in this conversation.
I have someone going to check on the status of that situation right now. Thank you, Council Member. We're checking on that.
Sure. Chief Bryant, and to the Chairwoman Shepard, and to the rest of the members on this council, the reason why this paper is so important, I mean, we can sit and politic all day over this paper. The reality is there are actionable measures that can be taken by our local police that, in all honesty, should have been looked at. We shouldn't be looking at this now because we have a death on our hands, because Rayshard Brooks has passed away due to police brutality. We should have already been looking at measures to de-escalate situations and to ensure that we are looking at alternative equipment in dealing with the use of excessive force and or police brutality. I have been on the front line of this protest for over a month. Not only on the front line, I've been behind the scenes. I was working with Chief Shields. I was working with Chief Slaughter on helping to not just sit and talk about what was going on, helping to keep the protesters organized, helping to ensure that we developed a marshals program that worked in partnership with the local police so that we could de-escalate issues that may arise and keep the marches and protests peaceful. I witnessed a wife and a 5-year-old daughter be tear gassed in front of me. I've watched men be shot with rubber bullets, bleeding with holes in their body. And these are situations in which I've been involved in which it wasn't chaos and confusion, where we had to resort to the immediate use of these methods that I see as excessive force. So for me, it's challenging listening to these things because I've been on the front line. I'm not just sitting here talking about a piece of legislation that I think sounds good or looks clever or speaking to political talking points. I'm speaking to the work that I have been doing, as well as in partnership with the local police and our Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department. There are alternatives. You are using flashbangs on the crowd. I've been there while you use the flashbangs on the crowd. You are using rubber bullets. You are using aggressive mixed formulas of tear gas on crowds. We even had CBS 46 reporting on the fact that the tear gas seemed to be used as if it was a weapon, as if it had been mixed with stronger chemicals to help disperse the crowd faster. So while we sit here and act as though these things are not happening, or that we need to take a step back like we always do and spend countless months, if not years, on figuring out what we need to do next, there are already measures out there. We can be using the BOLA wrap. The BOLA wrap can be an alternative to the use of our guns when we need to stop an assailant from running. We can use the flashbang devices. I mean, we're using flashbang devices now, and they're creating permanent issues for our residents. I've received hundreds of messages about the use of flashbangs in Atlanta. I've even had conversations with the governor's office. I've spoken to him about the use of excessive force that has been happening not just on the city level, but on the state level too. So this is something that we need to address now, and we need to remove the politics. There is no reason why we don't have a list of alternatives that could help us in identifying other measures to deal with this. So council members, I'm asking for your support of this paper today. The amendment that I have supported from the beginning is the amendment that's being proposed by Councilmember Smith. I am also willing to entertain a second amendment that states that this paper will only become inactive after a period of 60 days to give Interim Chief Bryant, who has just been, came into this position since the resignation of Chief Shields. I'm willing to give an additional 60 days to allow you all to figure out what alternatives can be used in replace of the items that have been used, because the reality is there are alternatives that exist and are currently being used in other municipalities all over the United States. There is no reason why the city of Atlanta should be the last to adopt these principles when this is the epicenter of the civil rights movement, where we started the idea of protest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Let me just say again, that's going to be, I would like us to move on. I will say to you, Mr. Brown, very quickly, that this is not politics. This is me in terms of, and I don't need a rebuttal, so I will say this to you, is that this is not politics for me. This is, again, me making the right decision and looking at everything before I make a decision for my community. And when you said you've been on the line, so have I. So I just want you to know that. Ms. Smith, you're next. And then
okay, let's see. Okay, what I would like to do is, if it's okay, I'd like to vote on our amendments, and then I do have one thing that I would like to talk to Chief Bryant about before we vote on the paper. So is that okay, Madam Chair?
Repeat that one more time.
Okay, I would like to vote on the amendments that I made earlier to add them to the substitute, because we've got the substitute before us. So we can add amendments to the substitute, and then I would like to speak before we vote on the final paper, because we have a motion on the final paper also.
Well, Ms. Smith, there was also, I think before you, Ms. Boone had also made a motion to hold. So we
right, but that's not on my amendments.
Okay, well, we can do the amendments. We can do that.
Okay,
we can go ahead and do
I made an amendment. One of the amendments added the names on. So, Ms. Lindo, will you please read the people that added their names and see if anyone else wants to add their name to this paper?
That was Smith and Winslow, and we never took I don't believe that
we never took a vote on it. So I make a motion to amend by adding Smith and Winslow.
Yeah, and I'm going to withdraw my name only because I'm hearing from both sides of council and haven't made up my mind, so I want to withdraw my name.
Okay, so the amendment is just to add the Smith name, please.
Ms. Smith, I'm sorry, there's a correction, because we do have a motion on the floor already to add the new section, which you motioned and Mr. Peroki seconded, to add the LRAD.
The LRAD. Okay, then let's just vote on that. We won't worry about the names.
Okay.
So my motion is to approve the amendment of adding the long-range acoustic devices to this paper, which will be prohibited in residential communities.
And my second stands.
Thank you.
Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote.
Madam Chair, the vote is open. Ms. Winslow, Madam Chair.
In favor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got you with there, Cleta.
That's okay.
The vote is closed. 6-0 nays. That item has been amended.
Okay, and then I do want to ask the chief, if we hold this paper, which is what it sounds like we're going to do today, Chief Bryant, will you please, please, please not use the LRAD machine and then try to not shoot the peaceful protesters with the bullets, and during the next couple of weeks while we're taking a look at this, and I'm really serious about this LRAD machine hurting people's ears in residential neighborhoods, and if it's in the residential neighborhood and there's a baby in the house across the street and it does permanent damage, I think all of us would feel horrible for the rest of our lives. So can you please promise me that you will really, really ask people to not use it, especially around homes, apartments, or, where residences are?
I will address it, council member. I will address that.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm done and ready to vote on the motion.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone?
Andrea Boone, yes. I do think that we need to do some work. I'm hearing from both sides also, so I would like to make a motion to hold this legislation and hope that we can do our due diligence, because this is very important. So I make a motion to hold.
Winslow, second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to hold. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 68-0 nays. This item has been held.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you all. Thank you, Chief Bryant. I'm not sure if there's anything else that we have to do today. I believe everything else is going on down the line. So we'll now move to item number. Let's stay around for a moment, Chief Bryant, just in case. All right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Item number 5, Ms. Lindo, can you call that or read
Yes,
that,
Madam
please?
Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1459. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Dewey and Bond to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta, Chapter 106, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 1, in general, and Article 3, Offenses against public order to decriminalize victimless minor offenses and for other purposes.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bond, that we're going to hold that. Mr. Bond, you're up to speak.
Yes, Madam Chair, we need to tweak it a little more.
Okay, so we're going to hold it. Is that what you're saying? You're going to hold it a little bit more, tweak it and hold? We're going to hold right now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Go ahead and make that motion, and I'll second it.
Motion to hold, please.
Second. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
The vote is closed. 68-0 nays. That item has been held.
All right. Mr. Bond, do you have anything else you'd like to speak to?
Are we at the end of our agenda?
No. I guess in terms of that, I see your name is still up there. I just thought you may want to still speak.
No, I do want to
Okay.
make an announcement at the end.
Okay. All right.
End of
I'll
our-
take your name out. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now up under resolutions. Mr. Chief Ryan, I think you can leave. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Resolutions, Ms. Lindo, can you sound that one, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's Resolution 20-4065, a resolution by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepherd authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept a donation of consulting services from the Boston Consulting Group at no cost to the city, authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the city to enter into any necessary agreements in connection with the donation of these consulting services and for other purposes.
Thank you. And this consulting group, again, if folks don't know, is around the Police Use of Force Advisory Committee. They're actually providing their service pro bono to the city to dig deep into the task force findings and to work with the city in terms of this advisory task force. And so that's what we have before us today. Are there any questions? I see Mr. Ferroki, yes. Go ahead, Mr. Ferroki. Mr. Ferroki.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. I was on mute, getting myself on mute. I just want to I'm going to abstain on this vote. I know that I'm not in violation of any ethical lines, but I used to work for Boston Consulting Group, and I know this is a pro bono project, so there's no money changing hands, but just to be on the far side of caution, I'm going to abstain on this vote.
I'll make a motion to approve. Smith.
Okay, the motion's still approved. Is there a second? I'll second. We're ready for the vote. Ms. Lindo.
Well, now, Madam Chair, the vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, please let us know how you vote.
In favor.
The vote is closed. That's 5 yeas, 1 abstention. That item is favorable.
Thank you. We're now at item number 7. Can you sound that, Ms. Lindo? And I believe we have an amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes. This item, Madam Chair, we received that the administration has asked that this item be held.
Okay, so we can just hold it. We don't have to worry about this. Okay. Motion to hold.
I need to, if I may read the caption, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
This is 20R 4066. This is a resolution by Andrew L. Boone authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Fulton County City of Atlanta Land Act Authority to accept titles of certain properties and to reconvey title to such properties to Invest Atlanta in accordance with the ILA interlocal agreement, authorizing the city to direct that deeds in lieu of foreclosure to certain properties be issued to the Land Act Authority on behalf of the city, authorize the mayor to execute the necessary quitclaim deeds to convey certain properties to the Land Act Authority for development, redevelopment purposes in accordance with the interlocal agreement and for other purposes.
All right, the motion is to hold.
Second.
Second, Boone. All right, we're ready for the vote. Ms. Linda?
The vote is open?
Ms. Winslow, what is the vote?
Yes to hold.
Okay.
The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been held.
All right, we're now at item number 8. Can you sound that, please, Ms. Linda?
Yes, Madam Chair. And 8, 9, and 10 are settlements, so if I can sound those as a block.
That's great.
Okay. This is number 8 is 20R 4110, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against the City of Atlanta in the case of Mayella Page versus City of Atlanta, in the amount of $11,000, authorizing the said amount to be paid from accounts listed herein, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the total settlement amount and for other purposes. Item number 9, 20R 4111, resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against the City of Atlanta in the case of Kimberly Gertman versus City of Atlanta in the amount of $50,000, authorizing payment from the accounts listed herein, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. Item number 10, 20R 4112, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendants in the case of Brittany Cooper versus City of Atlanta in the amount of $10,000, the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second, Winslow.
There's been a motion and a second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Linda.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are favorable.
Okay,
Madam Chair, that concludes our legislation.
Right, I was going to say we're now at papers on the Hill, and I was going to ask you if any papers are coming off of the Hill's agenda.
No, Madam Chair, not at this time.
Okay. So we're now at the end of our agenda. So that concludes our agenda. I think Mr. Bond said you had a comment, Mr. Bond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make the committee and those who are listening aware of the passing of the great Constance Curry, who was a long-term resident in Midtown. She is former, I believe, Human Services Director under Mayor Maynard Jackson and Mayor Andrew Young. 60 years ago, she was one of the founding members of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, a student at Agnes Scott College, a young white woman who came over and became a participant in the Atlanta student movement. And of course, as I mentioned, she was a member of SNCC, and she played a pivotal role in many demonstrations here in Atlanta and around the South. As a young white woman, she could blend easily into the crowd and would be an observer of many demonstrations, keeping track of the fate of civil rights workers who might be arrested or accosted, and was pivotal in, planning movements and activities all around the South, but particularly in Mississippi during Freedom Summer. I believe she was just shy of 85 years old, and she passed on Saturday. I'll be making a formal motion at our next council meeting to add her to the moment of silence. And she was a beautiful person, a very giving spirit, and she believed in truth and justice, and was very moved to see the interracial quality of these movements around the country and around the world, and a close friend of my family and myself, and she will be deeply missed.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Is any other comments from anybody else from the public?
Move to adjourn, Smith.
Madam Chair, if I may make that CDT announcement?
Yes, please do.
Yes. As noted by the City Clerk's office, the second quarter CDB public hearing conference number has been changed to 877-499-2930, conference ID 399-5242. Members of the public who wish to listen to the CB public hearing should please call 877-499-2930, conference ID 399-5242. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There was a motion to adjourn, and I'm seconding that. Good night. Good evening.
Thank you. Good meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good meeting.